سياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية. تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية، وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة. وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. Dear guests of the Global Security Forum, we kindly ask that you take your seats. Honored guests, Your Excellencies, we're delighted to welcome you to the 6th Global Security Forum on Strategic Competition, the Complexity of Interdependence. I'm Dr. Colin P. Clark, Senior Research Fellow at the Soufan Center. And along with the team, we welcome guests today from over 50 different countries for 3 days of important and dynamic discussions. We commence our program today by welcoming to the stage His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أود أن أتقدم بالتعازي للشعب الإيراني الشقيق في وفاة سيد رئيس الجمهورية وزميل وزير الخارجية والوفد المرافق لهم إثر الحادث الذي تعرضوا له يوم أمس. نسأل الله تعالى لهم المغفرة. في البداية أود أن أرحب بكم اليوم بمناسبة انعقاد النسخة السادسة من منتدى الأمن العالمي تحت شعار المنافسة الاستراتيجية، التعقيدات الناتجة عن الاعتماد المتبادل. نلتقي مجدداً في الدوحة لنبحث التحديات الأمنية التي تواجه العالم وننظر في تفاصيل الواقع الأمني العالمي بموضوعية وما فيه من مخاطر وسبل تحييدها وما فيه من فرص يمكننا اغتنامها. السيدات والسادة، في عالمنا الذي شهد تحولات كبيرة في السنوات القليلة الماضية، نرى الأزمات والصراعات تتوالى وتهدد بشكل غير مسبوق الأمن والسلم العالميين. فمن الحروب والصراعات العسكرية والهجمات السبرانية وتوسع أعمال التجسس والقرصنة الرقمية إلى الكوارث البيئية والأزمات الإنسانية وموجات الهجرة الجماعية، تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقوداً لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية، أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة، وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. We thank you for setting out many of the important topics that will be addressed at the Global Security Forum over the next 3 days. Next in our program, we warmly welcome high-level remarks from His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. He will be joining us virtually. These remarks were recorded Saturday, May 18th.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة.
Good morning to you, Mr. Minister. It's nice to talk to you again after a couple of days. We have a great deal to get through here in the next couple of days, and one of the things we're trying to do today is sort of get a grasp on a world that seems very much like it's ready to tilt out of control, and bad things can happen in a flash. Every time we look at some event in the world, including this morning's fatal crash out of Iran, we worry about the incident itself, and then we worry about this tinderbox that the world exists in, and what the flow-on effects are of these matters. So I have to ask you, because you are joining us from an important part of the world right now, which is central to so many tensions. These tensions involve certain tensions that are coming from North Korea and China's role in that, obviously Russia's role with respect to Ukraine, and the fears of what happens to NATO after this U.S. election in November. And then there is this constant question of China. an expansionist China, a China that is making deals with and continuing having conversations with the rest of the world, and in your part of the world, places like the Philippines and South Korea and Japan that are seeing increased militarization, possibly as a response to that. And you're in the middle of all of this. You're in the middle of this very complicated world. We haven't even touched India yet. How are you looking at the world, its stability, and your role in it?
How long do we have? Okay. Now, the big question for everyone now is really US, China, and how each region, countries within each region, deal with that issue. And Southeast Asia, if you look at it, is, as you say, pretty much the epicenter of it. Because if you look at China, it's a geographical fact. It's contiguous with Southeast Asia. And it's got every country in Southeast Asia, ASEAN, the biggest trading partner is China. On the other hand, US has been a clear security presence, economic presence, pretty much since the Second World War. Korea, Vietnam, subsequently. And most of us prospered, grew rich by trading in a rules-based order that the US set up and basically led. And today you have a situation where there are a number of flashpoints. You have Taiwan, obviously, potential flashpoint between US and China. You have Philippines, which is a US security partner, ally. You have Japan, which has a border dispute with China, dispute over some islands, and is an ally of the US. So in the context of these issues, we look at it, first, the way the US is approaching China. It's got three options. One, insist on being number one. The other, accept China as eventually becoming number one, or possibility. Or third, find some arrangement. Today, I think the bipartisan mood in the US is pretty much a very quite anti-China. And if you look at the small yard, high fence strategy, we in Southeast Asia look at it, the supply chains are all integrated. Some of them are in China, some of them are in Southeast Asia. Quite a lot is in Southeast Asia, elsewhere. So how do you disintegrate that? How do you work that around? What impact is that going to have on us? And is it even possible, like you take dual-use chips, if you prevent, first of all, can you prevent China from getting them in this sort of world where they're available everywhere else? How do you enforce those rules? And can it really be a small yard? Because your enforcement might have to be broader and broader and broader. And what does that do to the supply chains? What does that do to our economies? Second, even if you succeeded in doing it, can the Chinese be prevented from making it themselves? How long can you prevent them? Even high-end chips. That's one question. Second, you look at trade between US and China, $690 billion a year before, come down to under 600 now billion. But then that doesn't take into account trade from China that has moved to other countries and then goes into the US. So how successful can you be in decoupling? So these are big questions. And from a Chinese perspective, the famous saying, under Chairman Mao, China stood up after more than 100 years of humiliation as they see it. Under Deng Xiaoping, they started becoming rich. And now under the current president, it's their turn to become strong. 1.3 billion people, very smart, very active, very hardworking, with the ability to access science, technology, physics, maths, and have been a great civilization. So can they really be prevented from achieving what they want to achieve? And can there be a modus vivendi between the US and China? It's a big question for us with very serious security and economic consequences. each of us is thinking about it because none of us wants to choose.
Yeah.
It's really not a choice for us because we need both. Both are indispensable for us. I would say the tensions also have been, are reflected in the fact that you see a great impetus for the security arrangements between U.S. and its allies, Korea, South Korea as well as Japan. You see AUKUS. None of this is said to be targeted at China. In fact, they expressly say it's not targeted at China. But if you are Chinese, you could be forgiven for thinking that you are in some way the reason for all of these moves taking place. In this context, there was a survey recently in Southeast Asia about how people view US and China. So rather than me saying it, I can look at the survey, which is more representative. For the first time ever...
These are people in Southeast Asia.
People in Southeast Asia, how they view US, how they view China. I mean, the questions are a little precise, but let me just, give you some broad sense. I would say for the first time ever, China ranked slightly above the US, but it's pretty much a wash. It's like 50.5% versus 49 point something.
And this is generally polling where we do an approval level.
Yes, something like that.
Some sort of an approval
What
rate.
do you think of China? That sort of thing. But again, the picture is mixed because when you go to a second question, how much do you trust each of these countries? By the way, both were not highly trusted, but there were concerns about the economic influence of both countries, but at differing levels. In fact, because China does more, I think there was more concern about China's economic impact. So how you interpret it is a question of trying to make sense of it. But I would say it shows that over time, China's economic weight and economic influence and interactions, people recognize, and its weight is growing.
And this is inevitable. It was inevitable. It's inevitable that the similar things are going to happen in India, which is in the midst of an election right now. So you don't think of these growing tensions between global powers as existential for you. You're thinking about it as what's our best bet from in terms of security relationships and trade relationships, and you'd like to have both with both.
Well, it could become existential if it becomes a kinetic situation. But subject to that, both are essential from our perspective. And therefore, we would say, and we don't, I think you can't make a clear distinction between security relationship, economic relationship, but you would say both need to be around and we need to do business with both. We need to deal with both. And for that, we'll have to, in a way, hope that both can find a new arrangement.
And what does that look like? Because right now, and look, there are clearly efforts, perhaps in the wake of Russia-Ukraine, for China not to get into things that look like direct confrontations with the United States, particularly over Taiwan. But there are also overtures by the Chinese who've been making their way through Europe all the way to France to sort of say, in a post-Joe Biden, possible Donald Trump world where NATO is a weaker military alliance potentially, is China trying to have a bigger role on that front? So it's not just a Belt Road Initiative, it's not just trade relationships where they go, but to say that we might even have a security presence and a security relationship in a way that we haven't had in the post-war era.
If you are the second largest economy in the world, which China is, and you look at the three largest economic centers, one is North America, one is Europe, in fact Europe is number 2, and China, these three. If you were China, it makes eminent sense if the US is constantly painting you as the enemy, number 1, to have a closer relationship, security, economic, with Europe. Anyway, Europe is economically important for China, and vice versa. And prior to the Ukraine war, in fact, you could see that Europe, partly because of the presidency under Mr. Trump, and partly for economic reasons, you could say Europe was, while not equidistant, was closer to China than it was before, right? And some people were talking about Europe drifting away and taking a middle path and so on. I'm not sure how realistic that was given the NATO guarantees. But after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think that has made Europe probably realize that in the end the US is indispensable.
Yes.
And if anything brought US and Europe much closer together, I don't know what another Trump presidency would do to that, but Mr. Trump seems to recognize that Europe is important for NATO from some of his statements. Every time you write off the US, I remember an old statement from a statesman from a previous era, I think Metternich or someone, that there is a strange providence which looks after drunkards, orphans, and the United States of America. So never write the US off.
Let's talk about, because it's important and you are in the region, India is in the midst of a very, very important election. We seem to think that Narendra Modi is going to prevail yet again. But there have been concerns about India drifting in a direction that feels like a lot of other countries are drifting in, feeling a little bit more autocratic than democratic, curtailing freedom of the press, and doing things that are a little bit worrisome to the West. Obviously, India is a growing and important member in your region. What's your sense of it?
The sense of what you describe as autocratic and freedom of the press? Well, my view of these things is, look, I wish people would talk a little bit more about governance and what it means for people on the ground.
Yep.
And a little bit less on some of these forms. Anyone who has been in India and who is switched on to all the different channels, I think can be forgiven for thinking that perhaps there is a surfeit of news channels and a multiplicity of viewpoints. If you look at the last 10 years, and I'm not, my primary interests are that of a Singaporean and Singapore's national interest, so let me be clear about that. But I'm simply an observer here. If you look at the last 10 years, by common consent, several 100 million people have been lifted out of poverty. I don't see the international media talking about that much. I see them talking about if A is arrested or B is arrested or C is arrested. I don't see the international media talking about the huge amount of corruption that has been going on before, or whether it has come down or gone up or has remained the same. To me, what matters is how many people are now better off. What are people's lives really like on the ground? What is women empowerment like? What about education for the people in the rural and urban centers like? Not if you're well connected and wealthy, but ordinary people. What are their lives like? And what are they saying? And can anyone really believe that this country, I forget how many states there are, but it's got multiplicity of languages. Some guy in the north speaks Hindi, some guy in the south speaks a completely different language. The script is different, the language is different. It's many different countries, like the Balkans, put together. At least in the Balkans, they all look a little bit alike. Here, they look different too. And I've often wondered, how is India even governable? How does one man or one party or somebody sitting in the center try and put across rules that can apply to this large 1.3 billion people across north to south in a fairly large country? So in that context, I think most people, if you look at governance, would say India has been growing slowly over the years. They used to call it somewhat derisively as a Hindu rate of growth. I think you can say that growth has increased more substantially. I think you can say that a lot of people have been lifted out of poverty. Does that mean that you have to agree with everything that this government or the previous governments have done? No. But I would say when you characterize the positives and negatives, it's far better to look at whether growth is real, whether improvement in lives is real, whether the corruption is more or less, without myself passing a comment, rather than take a very, I'm sorry to say this, but it's almost a lazy way of looking at, not you, but often the Western media I read about many Asian countries, including Singapore. It's a headline, oh, freedom of the press is affected, or people are affected. This is autocratic. What does autocratic mean when you have a government that is going for elections across all these states and where the people have the ability to vote the government out? How is that autocratic? It may not be a Western liberal democracy, but that doesn't automatically equal to autocratic.
I think that's an important and distinct point, that there's a spectrum, and it becomes easy for us to find points on that spectrum and determine that some things are autocratic and some things are dictatorial. I grant you your point, and that we are sometimes less nuanced than we should be on that issue.
Can I interrupt and make one more point?
Yeah.
The Americans had this summit of democracies.
Yeah.
In the summit of democracies, they invited various countries,
Yeah.
including a number of countries from around the world, Democratic Republic of Congo, Pakistan. All of those are great democracies. I have no issues. They didn't think Singapore was a democracy. Mm-hmm. They didn't think Sri Lanka was a democracy. They didn't think that Turkey was a democracy. So, I would be careful about this democracy versus autocracy kind of.
So let's just go narrower. Is there a world in which you see, because we see it in the United States very clearly, that greater exercise of accountability on the part of the press is important to good governance? So let's put aside whether we're talking about democracy or autocracy or dictatorships or forms of government. It does seem to be that the press is under attack around the world in every one of these instances that we're looking at. Is there a way in which we can nurture greater freedoms of the press and then perhaps separate them from some of these conversations about the form of government? Because there can be very good governments in places that do not enjoy full democracy, and yet there is the ability for the press to bear witness to what's going on and hold authority to account.
Yeah. I think, there is an important role that the media has to play. And in every country, my own view is that the media has the role to play both in projecting the country's interests and informing the citizens, telling the citizens what's happening, and informing accurately if what the government is doing, including if the government is going wrong.
Right.
I think there is a role for that. There are two questions. One is every institution in many of these countries is subject to some oversight. Who has oversight over the media? And second, if the media can effectively be owned by a single media mogul, where does accountability come from?
In some cases, those media moguls are tied to the government. That's where it becomes
Or
tricky
opposite.
for us. Yes.
And the second point I would make is the role of the media must be to inform, to be a watchdog, to be clear, but not to campaign for or against policies. No one has elected the media to campaign. If they inform and they educate and they identify wrongdoing, that's fine. But if they start campaigning, then I think they are crossing the line. That's our view anyway. Yeah.
Where do you see, let's go right back to the elephant in the room, the United States right now. This is a country that has what some people think is an existential election coming up in November. You have stated as a small country that you would like to maintain strong relations with the United States, including security relations, strong trading relationships with the United States and with China. China is a bigger trading partner for you than the United States is at the moment. Are you concerned, and do you think Americans or the world should be concerned about the existential political situation that some describe the United States as facing?
I don't believe the U.S. is facing any existential crisis. It goes up and down. What I do think is that the U.S. has tremendous strengths, and by God, they are really testing those strengths with the system they have. And one might even say the very deep polarization and divisions, Congress, within Congress. The latest I see, it's quite unedifying. It wasn't very long ago when I used to think, oh, the U.S. Congress, everyone is so polite to each other. And that's a model. And within my own lifetime now, I see people talking about each other's eyelashes and so on.
And that was just yesterday.
So, debate has come down, you could say, a notch. And, but the U.S. has a great strength as attracting the best talent from all over the world, and still very much in the lead in specific areas and sectors in terms of innovation, science, technology. Never write off the U.S., but it could be doing much better than it is. And I worry about various other aspects, the security situation within the U.S., the drug situation, the arms, and so on. And I think also the U.S. leadership in the world, for the reasons we touched on but didn't go into detail, is now in some question because of how the U.S. is seen as responding to different situations. In some cases, invoking international law, in some cases, seem to be acting not quite consistent with international law. And therefore, the U.S. leadership, which the global South had in the past accepted, now is very much a question mark. So both internally, domestically, and externally, I think the U.S. is facing significant challenges, but I wouldn't quite put it as existential.
Well, you make me feel better. I'll take that. Minister, thank you for your comments and your observations from your perspective. It's important for us to have at a conference like this, where we're a global conference, to have the perspective of somebody from Southeast Asia who can give us some sense of how it looks from right in the middle of the storm. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, everybody. Great conversation.
We warmly welcome to the GSF stage high-level remarks from Mr. Martin Griffiths, Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, United Nations.
indeed. Thank you to the State of Qatar. A privilege to be here for this very important event. A privilege to have listened to such distinguished discussions and conversations, as well as the keynote from the Prime Minister. I'm somebody who has witnessed firsthand the hand of Qatar in linking its humanitarian assistance, for which I'm, of course, engaged, to the vital priority of resolving conflicts that we've heard so clearly from Mohammed al-Makhrifi as well as from the Prime Minister. Qatar's not just potential, but Qatar's actual role in defining what I've referred to as humanitarian diplomacy, which brings those two aspects together, is seminal. And I say that as somebody engaged in humanitarian work, but with a background in mediation. So thank you very much to Qatar for what it does for the world, as well as to bringing us here. Excellencies, we once had a dream that we could come together to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, that we could develop friendly relations between nations, strengthen peace, and solve international problems, that we could have justice, respect for international law, and a world in which we upheld respect for fundamental human rights and freedoms and the dignity and worth of the human person. And you know, like I do, where those words come from. And yet over the past 3 years, as the emergency relief coordinator of the humanitarian system, as well as head of the UN Humanitarian Office, indeed going back further as a multilateralist many times in the UN and out of it, and as a humanitarian and a mediator, I have witnessed, as you have, how persistent competition, animosity, and aggression between nations has prevented that dream from becoming a reality for far too many people. How strategic competition has been the hidden and not so hidden hand behind the outbreak of seemingly endless conflicts, and how it has stymied efforts to prevent and resolve conflict. In the last year, as we have been hearing, we have seen the outbreak of unimaginably devastating tragedies and trauma in Gaza and in Sudan. And that at a time when the Ukraine war remains a raging concern. In both Gaza and Sudan, civilians are paying the very highest price every single day, today, perhaps even more than other days, while we fail to reach consensus on solutions. And in Gaza, more than 35,000 Palestinians have now been killed in these 6-7 months, many more injured. Hundreds of thousands have been displaced, many of them serially, searching for safety where little safety exists and where hunger and the threat of the disease continue to escalate. And as I have said recently publicly, our concerns about the anxieties of where a Rafah operation would go are tragically concerns confirmed by events. In Sudan, for over a year, people have faced an inferno of brutal violence. We have reports of horrific atrocities, ethnically motivated violence, and gender-based violence. Millions have been displaced, and famine, this is my world, famine is now on the horizon for an extraordinary potential of 5 million people. I don't think there has been such a threat imposed by famine in decades. In Syria, people are facing the worst humanitarian situation in more than 13 years of terrible war. It's not remembered. Syria has more people below the poverty line each year of this war. Its economy is in ruins, its people displaced, its country divided. In Ukraine, 10 years of war, and more than 2 years since Russia's full-scale and ongoing invasion. Approaching 10 years of war in my dear Yemen, and many more combined years of conflict and instability in places such as Afghanistan, the countries of the Sahel, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Haiti, and Somalia. And I could go on. In many of these places, strategic competition is not only preventing the resolution of conflict, it is fueling it, with powerful countries in every region arming or otherwise supporting warring parties or protecting them from international restraint. And beyond conflict, we have seen how strategic competition and economic protectionism has prevented an adequate collective response to the climate, to the COVID-19 pandemic, and to persistent economic and social inequality. And our growing connectedness and interdependence have magnified many of these challenges. So climate change, driven by activity in developed and developing countries, is having the most deleterious impact on those who did the least to cause it, often thousands and thousands of miles away from the places of cause. Following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we saw the consequences on food security of millions of people around the world. Mass displacement of people has put pressure on host countries and communities and has been seized on as a pretext for divisive politics, further fragmenting international cohesion. And the highly connected global information space means that malign actors are much more easily able to affect situations in disparate places, with misinformation and disinformation sowing further division, stoking conflict, and putting the security of civilians, my own colleagues in the humanitarian community, and our operations at risk. And the result of all this is that over the last few years, humanitarian needs have grown exponentially. This year, we estimate 300 million people are in need across the globe of humanitarian assistance, and of course we've never come near that figure before. Displacement, food insecurity, and malnutrition are all at historically high levels. Inequality and poverty, I quoted Syrian case, persist. And we're witnessing an increasing surge in health emergencies and, of course, in impunity. And I'm reminded about impunity by reference to health because of the pandemic of attacks on health institutions in conflict, as my colleague Dr. Tedros has often described. So as you can see, I'm not sugarcoating what is a desperate situation, but I do believe there is hope. I have hope because I have the fortunate privilege of seeing the places of darkness and tragedy and sorrow. And in these places we see also the light of humanity. And I believe that light still burns brightly. We see this in the generosity of host communities, those communities to which displaced people have moved to find safety, and who are always helped first by host communities and then by the international community, who share everything with them. I remember visiting a small township in Burkina Faso a year ago. 300,000 people had descended on that small township of 80,000 people, and those 80,000 people cut off now by the war with the Al-Qaeda insurgent group in that part of Burkina Faso. Those 80,000 had shared their food, their assets, their capital with their surprising visitors until there was no food left to share, and the mothers in that community walked out each night across the front lines to find leaves and salt because there were no longer leaves in their village, to feed their own children as well as those of their new neighbors. Humanity exists everywhere with the same force and power that it always have. I have hope because I know there are many among you who still believe in the multilateral system to which I am engaged, who give all to that grand idea that I read at the beginning of the United Nations, the Charter, those who engage in humanitarian diplomacy, fund humanitarian action, and as I said, like Qatar, who see the links between these two. And we have recently defined humanitarian diplomacy, which is so commonplace and important in these parlous times, as having three elements. Firstly, the negotiations, like we're seeing now in Sudan, to create the opportunities for agencies and communities to have access to health and other forms of humanitarian aid. Secondly, the mediation. We heard from Dr. McLaughlin, the mediation that ends battles or ends wars. And thirdly, the promotion of the humanitarian principles which underpins both those forms of activity. I have hope because in the fiercest of conflicts, humanitarian diplomacy has appealed to the common good. I had the privilege of being involved in the mediation for the United Nations of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, where at a time of angry enmity and war and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, those two parties, with the help of Turkey and of course the United Nations, came together for an agreement to protect the global need for food security. And they said to me very often in that mediation that it is because this is for the global good that they were able to go through and eventually achieve that agreement, and we hope that agreement may yet be renewed. We also see its diplomacy and hope in local forces allowing aid through to help people who are not under their control but under the control of their enemy. And what has given me the most clearest evidence of hope in the past 3 years is the courage and determination of the humanitarian community. Workers, international and national, many of them local community humanitarians, particularly important on the front lines in Sudan, those people in the emergency rooms in Khartoum who did not leave their homes, who are still there, who are finding aid somehow to protect and feed and support their communities. These are remarkable people. These are our heroes, and we know that they die in greater numbers today. We have seen it obviously in Gaza, but we've seen it elsewhere. As humanitarian needs continue to rise, for all the reasons I've outlined, and as funding fails to keep pace, the world is not a rich place, despite the generosity of many, many governments, many here today, and indeed of Qatar, our host. We all do continue to strive to make the world better. We have not lost that dream that I started with. And at the heart of these efforts is a resolve to do a simple thing, to do something of the greatest simplicity, and that is to listen to our neighbor, to listen to the people who know what they need and who know what they deserve, to listen to them and to be guided by them and to be driven by their voices. And it was absolutely clear in the conversation with Dr. Al-Makhlaifi that Qatar's approach to mediation, and indeed I would say to humanitarian diplomacy, is indeed to put first not necessarily the political position of the state of Qatar, but the opportunities for meeting the needs of peoples to be at the heart of the way that they approached difficult negotiations. I wish them very well, and I'm sure we all do. And I end by saying that humanity is not smaller today than it ever was. Humanity will outlive the decisions of bad leaders. Humanity remains the beacon that will drive us on. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Honored guests, we invite you all to a 10-minute coffee break. Our GSF programming will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We now present a fireside discussion with Mr. Paul Abate, Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and our moderator, Mr. John Miller, Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst at CNN.
Is it? It's on. Okay, good.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. Mr. Abate is the Deputy Director of the FBI, which is a nearly all-encompassing job, running the day-to-day operations of the Bureau, supervising the special agents in charge of 56 field offices. The FBI, during the time I worked there, Paul, was what you'd expect it to be. The case was the boss. Politics didn't exist. And yet, in the last decade, the FBI has been batted around a lot and come back unbowed, but a little battered. All that with its portfolio expanding. Could you take us through, in a few minutes, what is the state of the FBI today?
Thank you, John. It's great to be with you here this morning. The state of the FBI is strong. As you noted, we're battle-tested as an organization over 100+ years now, and particularly in recent times. And I see it, I have a frontline view of that every day. We take a very rigorous, disciplined approach to the work, much like when you were there. We still get together each and every morning and brief the director of the FBI and all the work that's going on around the Bureau and in partnership, importantly, with others, both in the United States and around the world. And I'm proud of the work that the Bureau does each and every day to protect people and to defend our great country and contribute to the defense of other countries and allies like Qatar, where we sit today. We get the entirety of the FBI leadership in the room, again, every morning. Counterterrorism, counterintelligence, cyber, weapons of mass destruction, the traditional criminal programs that form the foundation of the FBI, and then the business aspects of the Bureau as well. And we go through everything. And what I see each and every day is the strength of the organization on display, reflected in the work of the great people that form the Bureau. Not a day goes by where we're not informed about a potential act of terrorism that's been disrupted, or a spy that's been captured or outed, a cyber attack that's been prevented, a child who's been recovered on the criminal side, a politician held accountable for corrupt acts that they've committed in their offices or the roles that they occupy. That's every day, preventing violent crime, taking down organized crime. And that's what we've been doing for over 100 years. That's what we continue to do. We do that objectively, based on the facts. We do it rigorously and thoroughly. And again, I'm really proud of what we do. It's a vast portfolio, of course, taking that on. There's huge challenges in that, but we work hard to do that efficiently, prioritizing ruthlessly each and every day to drive the mission And importantly, all of that is based in the partnerships. We cannot do it alone, whether it's state, local, tribal, territorial law enforcement in the United States or around the world, or the intelligence and security services who we partner with, international partners. That's what it takes collaboratively to get this done. And I think we've really, all of us have recognized that and really stepped it up in that regard, and it's put us in a better place today, again, to prevent harm, to keep our countries safe.
Yet the FBI hasn't gotten any bigger. When you look at just what you framed here, which in any other organization would be a remarkable day to have any of those cases, where in the FBI, that's every day. The great power competition, which was just discussed on this stage by a number of people, including our colleague from Singapore, who talked about, this sweeping battle for global power, and that number one spot, Russia, China, and then, in the shadows, North Korea, Iran. That's counter-espionage, that's cyber spying, that's a giant portfolio, especially with hostile foreign powers like China and Russia, where there are massive components built into trying to steal secrets, trying to recruit people, not just political, military, intelligence, but also trade secrets and economics. If you combine that with cyber, and then you throw in the global issue of counterterrorism, oh yeah, and then there is that old thing, crime in America. The FBI can do anything. I believe that from having seen it rise up to these occasions, but can it do everything?
We certainly can't do everything, and it gets back to what we talked about the first question. We have a vast portfolio. I think we've proven time and again that we're up to taking that on, and it has expanded over time. But we do have certain singular focuses, when it comes to counterterrorism, counterespionage, cyber, national security. That's something that we own. It's no fail, and then there's a vast array of other things that we do as well. All of it's partnered. That's the bottom line. And I think that's really when we've seen the growth within each of these programs. As you noted, the way we've kept up with the pace of all of that is through the partnerships. And I could go on and on with examples of how that's been brought to bear. Cyber, for instance, we had a recent takedown disruption on the Lockbit ransomware as a service thing. And, that was a collaborative effort by probably a dozen countries around the world, together with partners within U.S. government, to go after the things that we do in that realm, go after the bad actors, seize their money, and then when it comes to cyber now, take down, disrupt the technical infrastructure. Again, global in nature. So that is a really outstanding example, a recent one just within this year, where we were able to get together with partners that one probably would never have imagined before, and do it in a way, an integrated way, with more partners than ever before, to have this very effective disruption within the cyber criminal realm.
So working with, partners is second nature to the FBI in the New World, but you said something interesting, partners you couldn't imagine. Shared threat sometimes translates to shared interest. What kind of partners were you working with in the cyber realm that would surprise people?
Well, we have now, what we've added within our International Operations Division is the cyber ALATs. We're working with, traditionally we've worked very closely with the Five Eye partners. Everyone knows that. But again...
just for the audience, define ALATs.
The ALAT is we have the legal attaché offices, which are within the U.S. embassies and consulates around the world. We're in, I think, nearly 90 countries now where we have agents and analysts embedded in these positions. and they cover about 180 countries around the world in terms of who they're working with within the variety of countries. And just to name a few, Romania might be a country who we've partnered with closely on cyber that you might not have heard, in the not too distant past. But there's many, many others. I hate to even try to single partners out here. And we've grown that program substantially, going way back now. It's larger than ever. And again, the cyber expertise that's been being brought to bear through the agents in these, very specific ALAT positions, which we've strategically positioned in countries that have a close cyber nexus in terms of the threats we're facing, has been hugely important in advancing that work and meeting the needs of the United States, but also helping those other countries far beyond what we've done in the past.
Ransomware, which is a cyber attack that locks organizations, particularly companies, in some cases hospitals, out of access to their own data in return for a demand for money, often very significant money, has been growing to target critical infrastructure, whether it was transportation or energy or food supply. And one of the things we learn is that while the ransomware numbers have been climbing over the years, only 40% of the victims actually pay, but 80% of the victims who pay are struck again, probably because in the dark part of the web where people talk about their crimes, these are people who are known to be people who paid. How do you tackle something that large and sweeping? And some of these successes, you've been actually able to lock the criminals out of their own machinery and develop decryption keys for their victims. This is a level of sophistication we have not seen before on the part of law enforcement, catching up to the technology of bad guys?
Yeah, the technical aspects of the cyber work is something that we really focused on. It takes having the right people with the right expertise, the skills and experience to do that. And it's really important in terms of countering that threat.
How do you get them and retain them? Since the industry would pay double or triple.
It's a challenge. This has been talked about in the past, recruiting and retaining cyber and technical talent. I think one thing we have in the FBI, and it's not just the FBI, it's those agencies and departments that do the type of work that we do, work that has a purpose, that's mission driven in terms of keeping people safe and protecting people. That's the thing for people who want to do it. It's not about the money. That's not why we're in this type of work. When we look at the numbers, though it is sometimes talked about, our attrition rate still remains very, very low across the board in all roles in the FBI, agents, analysts, and that includes the technical and the cyber positions. So we are working hard to get people with that type of background and expertise into the Bureau. We're having good success with that because I think the mission with the purpose draws them in, and we're retaining people as well. It's reflected in the work. So I mentioned Lockbit already, but if you look at the Hive ransomware disruption, that's another recent one where we're really proud of the work that was done there by people in the FBI and partners as well, because in that case, our agents in partnership with others in other countries were able to covertly get into the servers of the malicious cyber actors unbeknownst to them, and then operate in that ecosystem for many, many months and actually recover decryption keys, as you noted, disrupt the activities they were trying to carry out. We were able to share those decryption keys with victims, allowing them to unlock their systems and save hundreds of millions of dollars and prevent millions of dollars of losses going forward. And then at the right time, at the time of our choosing, we were able to take the whole thing down once again through a series of arrests, money, cryptocurrency seizures, and technical disruptions within the server framework that they had architected for that.
The thinking on these cases, as always in the United States, well, this is going to be hard. we'll never get prosecutions, these people are overseas or out of reach or hard to identify. What's the reality there?
The reality is that in many instances that is true, but we see value on both sides of that. We think that there is a strong demonstrated deterrent effect in still bringing criminal charges, leveraging the traditional law enforcement tools. We're doing that on balance with other things that are not in public view and that are covert in nature and that happen behind the scenes. It's sort of like leveraging all of the tools and options that are available to us to have the greatest impact and effect on the bad guys. Essentially, having criminal charges does two things. In some instances, though it's more limited, I would say in the cyber realm, we are able to work with allies when individuals are in countries where we have treaties or agreements and actually get them taken into custody and extradited and bring them back for prosecution in the United States. In other instances, we view it as locking them down. It's calling them out, naming them, putting them in public view. That certainly has an effect we've seen behind the scenes on inhibiting further bad activity on their part. It also prevents their travel. I mean, many of them who we charge are now stuck in Russia, for example. They can't travel anymore, and that doesn't always stop them in its entirety, but it does put great limitations on what they might otherwise be able to do in terms of causing harm.
And certainly increases their risk if they try to go anywhere. So you can't talk about global security without talking about cyber. It actually touches all the other crime components, including terrorism. But let's pivot to terrorism and talk about a couple of things, starting with what have you seen since October 7th in terms of change in the atmosphere and in the threat stream?
I think when we use that tragic date as a marker, I would say we were already in a very severe threat environment in terms of what we were seeing. The large-scale terrorist organizations, historic in nature, like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, were continuing to persist in their intent to, strike the U.S. and allies both at home and around the world. That was ongoing. We have the homegrown violent extremist effect, those who are not directly connected to those organizations but draw inspiration from them with the intent to commit violent acts. That's probably really the greatest threat in the U.S. homeland that we faced in recent years. Our case portfolio, I think the numbers tell the story. We've got nearly 4,000 open and active international terrorism investigations for the Bureau portfolio, and about 3,000 domestic terrorism investigations. It's a lot of cases, and it's on par with what we've seen historically. When you look at the number of arrests and disruptions that we've done just in international terrorism over about the last 5 to 6 years, on average, I would say that we've had about one per week, which I think most people would be struck by because it's stuff that often flies under the radar, doesn't get a lot of attention, but that's the reality of what we're faced with leading up to October 7th. And certainly since that time, the threat environment has spiked to an even greater degree in terms of the number of acts that are being reported to us, complaints regarding actual violence or threats of violence that are driven by foreign terrorist organization, violent extremist ideology. So it definitely has had an effect on worsening an already very severe terrorism environment.
One of the fascinating things to me, and I know Rebecca Weiner from NYPD, Intel and Counterterrorism here, I know Christine Abizade is here from the NCTC, is the October 7th attack involved small arms, simple tactics, some flash and dash with things like people coming in on hang gliders, but basically it was planned without anything terribly exotic as a component. And what was fascinating in some of the reporting was that domestic terrorist groups in the United States, in their chat rooms and in their discussions, were immediate to say, look at the tactics, the training and procedures used in this attack. You know, we could adopt and adapt lots of those to our own purpose. One thing it reaffirms is something we probably all knew, which is they watch each other's stuff regardless of ideology. But what does that signal to you?
Well, I think that's nothing new. I mean, it's a trend we've seen in recent years with the, rather than imagining the large-scale attack as we've seen historically, turning to, as you noted, simple means. It could be a vehicle or a knife or even a firearm. Recognizing that it's easier to do that type of things, it's easier to conceal, it's easier to hide leading up to a potential attack, particularly with the lone actors, the lone offenders, the HVEs. So,
but this wasn't about lone offenders. This was about scale. Do you?
Let me. I think when you look at October 7th and the follow-on from that, as you said, the kind of the talk that's out there, I think it reinforces the need for an approach for us to take together where we're thinking creatively, thinking ahead, imagining the otherwise unimaginable. What are the possibilities? It's learning from history and applying those lessons, because we've seen that cycle repeat itself before, and sadly, in that instance, it happened once again. No one saw that coming, in the immense harm and tragedy that ensued. And that's what we work hard to prevent and stay ahead of every day. So I think it just shows that we've got to stay open-minded, we've got to stay focused and disciplined, and we've got to think about those things that we might not otherwise think about and work to get ahead of that.
When you think of what we referred to as the war on terror, the fact that it went on for a couple of decades, how it degraded Al-Qaeda as an organization. I mean, Al-Qaeda today relies on its reputation as a network that has franchised other organizations in other countries more than in the sense that it is actually the central command of anything. And the degrading of ISIS and its capabilities was marked. But do you think that October 7th, or even before October 7th, the recreation of sanctuary in places like Afghanistan, time to regroup for ISIS, has given them a second act that we are starting to see come to fruition with the Moscow attacks, even the Iran attack, October 7th, for momentum?
I think it's something that we are and we have to stay focused on.
Would you say ISIS is back?
I would say that it never went away. And I would say that the same is true of Al-Qaeda. They've been, though they've suffered significant losses and setbacks, they've been resilient to an extent, and they've persisted in their intent to attack us and cause harm. I mean, that's the bottom line. That was true before October 7th, and it's certainly true after, and we can never forget that. I think avoiding complacency in this regard is something we've continued to sound the alarm about. We have to continue to operate, again, with discipline and with urgency each and every day, because even with all the setbacks that may have been suffered, there are still, it may be less, and certainly some of the leadership is gone, but there are still committed individuals out there who form those groups who want to do harm, and it only takes one to get through for those consequences to happen.
One of the things that is the oxygen that feeds the fire of terrorism is propaganda, properly produced, sophistication and delivery, but it also needs to have clarion call to it. And when you look at what is going on in Gaza now, when you watch the mounting body count, when you see the propaganda that's being pumped out about it, but beyond the propaganda, even the straight news stories that talk about the conditions, the suffering, the civilian casualties, the collateral damage, it is a font of propaganda. It feels urgent, it feels compelling. Do you believe that that will be a driver in the terrorism that we may see in the future, in the near future?
I think it's it will certainly add to it. There were many drivers already out there, and certainly that has been spiked through social media, and I think this will add to it in part going forward. It's something that we have to keep our eye on, and I think when we look at what has happened post October 7th, as I've already noted, we've seen a significant spike in terms of violent threats related to that, compelling individuals who may already have been motivated by, again, violent extremist ideologies. As you said, it just adds more fuel to the fire, and I think it will be a persistent problem.
One of the things that has become daily fodder, also rolled up in politics, so maybe you can kind of separate the politics from the reality, is the border. For years, people have been saying the vulnerability at the border is it's too porous, too many people are coming across, it could be a funnel of terrorists. What is the reality there? Is it a concern? If so, how much?
Look, it's always been a risk, people with bad intent entering our country, the unknowns. I think, what's shifted in recent times, the volume does play a role in this. And we've certainly seen instances where terrorists, spies, criminal organizations like the drug cartels, individuals like that have made their way through. I mean, that's a documented fact. We're not as concerned with those that we've identified and know about because we can focus our resources in those areas and work to be preventative or hold them accountable, bring them to justice. When you look at numbers, it's more so the unknowns. What's out there that's managed to get through that we don't even know about or haven't had a chance to vet. So I think the risk in that regard in terms of volume is escalated significantly in recent times.
In recent testimony, the director of the FBI, Chris Wray, has referred to investigations involving smuggling rings that also have connections to ISIS, and the Bureau's efforts to determine whether they were just smuggling rings with connections to ISIS or whether they were smuggling humans into the United States for ISIS.
Definitely something that we're concerned about. The crossover between the various threats and the people involved in that is real. The ability of one terrorist to leverage what might otherwise be a criminal smuggling group is a risk in itself, and certainly something that we're concerned about. So yes, as the director noted, when we saw that, that's something that we've been working hard on to sort out, like what is traditional criminal type stuff, which is still a problem. It's still something that we're working to go after, we're working to prevent that, we're working to bring those to justice who are involved in ordinary criminal activity, but we're also looking deeper within that to see whether there are terrorist spies or others who are attempting to leverage that for purposes that could cause potentially greater harm.
So just to close, I would like to get your vision on, we've already talked about partnerships. We talked about the Commonwealth countries, Great Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, and so on. But this conference is probably ground zero at the broader partnership that's required and that seems to be expanding in a good way by the day. Where do you see partnerships going in this global threat environment that you've so clearly described here today internationally?
I think, look, and as we've already said, in order to most effectively meet the threat, the partnerships are everything. You know, we all have limited resources, so working together is the best way, in our view, to stay ahead of things, particularly those things that we may not even see coming at this point. It goes back to, for us, working with partners, adhering to and staying focused on executing the basics and the fundamentals well. That means operating with urgency, working our asses off 24/7, being rigorous and thorough and objective in the work that we do, and then reaching out more. You know, we've got, as we noted up front, you know, a lot of well-formed historical partnerships that are vast, but we're always looking for new. We're always looking to build upon and build greater trust with our existing partners, and I think we're in a very good place in that regard. But we're always looking for new partners as well, to reach out into areas that we haven't touched before, and certainly the cyber threat has forced that to a large extent. But we've got to continue to do that and continue to move beyond to that, and we've got to stay focused on you know, keeping ahead. That's the bottom line each and every day.
Well, for partnerships, you're in the right room. Let's thank Paul Abate, Deputy Director, FBI.
This one. Oh. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Well, we have an all-star cast here to discuss the future of the Middle East. And I want to... Sorry, my microphone is cutting off. I wanted to start with Ali Vaiz. Ali, so obviously the president of Iran was killed in a crash yesterday. What next for Iran?
Thank you very much, Peter. Let me start by thanking the Sufan Group for inviting me. It's great to be here. You know, the impact of presidential transitions in Iran, Peter, whether they happen in normal circumstances or they're sudden, as it happened last night, are often either overestimated or downplayed. Because at the end of the day, the president does not have a definitive say over Iran's regional policy or foreign policy. He doesn't have full control over the military, or even the power of the purse is quite limited. But he's also not irrelevant. His foreign minister often sets the tone for the country's foreign policy, and so it does matter who is in charge of the government. They inform the supreme leader, they can influence policy, but at the end of the day, the ultimate decision maker, which is the supreme leader, the ultimate actor in the region, which is the Revolutionary Guards, they are going to remain in place. And so I expect on those fronts much more continuity than change. Where there is going to be a high degree of uncertainty, I think, is over the succession process in Iran. The supreme leader is 85 years old. President Raisi was seen as a protege of the supreme leader, as a potential successor. And his removal from the stage is going to definitely create a jockeying for what comes next and who would be in the run-up for that critical post. There's also another element here that, as someone who is in the business of conflict prevention, worries me, which is that in the next 50 days, Iran will be focused internally on organizing an election to elect a successor to President Raisi. Now, this is, just to use an American analogy, this is like the primaries in the US. This is not really an open election. This is an election within the conservative camp. It is even easy to predict that the next president would be someone with the profile of President Raisi, so pretty loyal to the establishment. Raisi even, I would say, set a new standard for the degree of subservience from the executive branch towards the deep state represented by the Supreme Leader and the Revolutionary Guards. But because it would be internally focused, adversaries in the region might see in that period an opportunity, and they might push the envelope. And here what is particularly concerning is the fact that after the last month's back and forth between Iran and Israel, I think the old rules of the game are out and the new rules are not yet fully established. And so all that has happened in the past 24 hours is adding uncertainty to the ambiguity that existed already between Iran and Israel, which I think increases the risk of miscalculations. There are other implications as well, but let me leave it at that and come back to it later.
Mina Al-Arabi, do you agree with that, and do you have anything to add to that?
I agree with Ali's assessment, particularly the issue of uncertainty. This is already a very, very difficult time in the region, and now you have a moment of uncertainty, and as Ali rightly highlighted, there is going to be an internal dynamic at the moment in Tehran that maybe Israel will seek to capitalize on and up the ante, especially as we don't see any clear end to the devastating war in Gaza. So there's that concern. Also, the foreign minister, and we're focusing on the president rightly so, but the foreign minister was a key player. Abdullahian was known, especially in the Arab world, quite well, speaks Arabic. So that dynamic also, who becomes the foreign minister and what will their inclination be, rightly so strategically where Iran sits, will not change dramatically, not expected to, but this will have implications for sure. And I think there's a sense that it is a tragedy, a shock to the system that was not on the cards given all the other uncertainty.
Elizabeth, can you reflect what, if anything, this development means for the Houthis in Yemen? Are the Houthis deterrable? To what extent? I mean, there was a longer debate about the extent of what, are they a proxy force of Iran in the sense of Hezbollah, or are they something very different? And you know, they seem to be continuing taking these pot shots at commercial shipping in the Red Sea, despite quite a lot of US and UK activity against some Houthi targets. So give us an overall assessment of where the Houthis are, what their thinking is.
Thanks. So, are the Houthis deterrable, and will this make a difference? Of course, the Houthis rely on Iran for their weapons, for their training, and for other support, but they now have their own dynamic and their own propulsion. So I don't think it would be a game changer, at least not in the short term, even if Iran were to pull support. The Houthi leader, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, and his spokesperson have both started to talk of their movement as bolder than Iran. Now, sure, it would make a difference if the weapons stopped coming, but it wouldn't make an immediate difference. They have stockpiles, and of course, it's a very asymmetric war, what they're doing, at least in the Red Sea. The kinds of material that they're launching into the Red Sea, it doesn't have to be accurate, it just needs to keep going in order to have an impact and to disrupt markets and shipping. So are they deterrable? I think we've seen after 200 missiles at Israel, over 100 ships attacked, that the airstrikes by the United States and the United Kingdom are not working yet. And they might degrade them a little bit, but what the Houthis have is exceptional propaganda. We could certainly do quite a bit more to untangle their propaganda apparatus. What we also could do, which is linked to that, is to implement some kind of ceasefire in Gaza. That's not to say I'm taking the Houthis at their word, but they probably would have to stage some kind of tactical halt to their strikes. So at least it would take away their propaganda if they were then to continue. They would find themselves on the back foot. So are they deterrable? Not really. I think it's going to take much, much more. Will what's happening in Iran at the moment, any kind of instability, even if Iran were to change tactics, deter them? No.
Just one follow-up there. You know, they obviously survived something like 20,000 bombing raids by the Saudis, which killed something like 30,000 Yemenis, a good number of them civilians. If you can survive 8 years of an air war, which ultimately the Saudis stopped because they more or less lost the war, I mean, or they decided this wasn't worth the effort involved. So obviously US and UK airstrikes are going to be much more pinpoint than the Saudi airstrikes, which were not, pretty indiscriminate. But what does that record of resistance to the Saudis suggest about their ability to survive US and UK continued airstrikes?
Well, I think there are a couple of things here. Yes, you're right. The Houthis managed to sustain over 25,000 airstrikes by the Saudi-led coalition in at least 7 of the last 9 years of the civil war. It didn't deter them, and they've become very adaptable indeed. But also, what we're doing currently with our airstrikes plays into their hands. It actually emboldens them, it strengthens them, because it It feeds into their narratives, well, not just Houthi narratives, but narratives by other global players, China, Iran, Russia, of the US and the UK as kind of world police. And on the ground in Yemen and across the region, I think the Houthis have found that their stance has worked for them. It's increased their popularity. Now, this might not continue through the long term, but certainly in the short term, it's worked to their advantage, and they have developed strategies over the past 9 years of the war to withstand pinpointed strikes. I don't think that any kind of ground offensive against the Houthis is possible, certainly not by external forces in an election year and given the bandwidth issues with other world crises.
Ronan, congratulations also on your brilliant piece with Mark Mazzetti, who's also here, which is, I think, probably the most important piece about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has been written, which is in yesterday's New York Times. And I want to briefly summarize what I think the main points are. A, there's been a long record of Israeli violence against settler violence against Palestinians. B, a lot of people got away with it. And C, those people have co-opted the government. And so, I was very surprised by the fact that the defense minister publicly criticized Prime Minister Netanyahu for his lack of a real day-after plan. I can't think of a war in history where the defense minister publicly criticizes the head of state about a lack of a plan. It's a basic principle of military success that you have unity of command and agreement on strategy. So I'm trying to connect those two ideas. A, you have this settler movement that has sort of effectively co-opted the government. B, you have this public dispute between Gallant and Netanyahu. How does that all sort of fit together?
Right. Thank you so much. After these warm words, I think that the best thing I can do is walk away. It's all connected, of course. And I think what we saw from Minister of Defense Gallant for the second time, recalling exactly a year ago when this was during the so-called judicial overhaul, the attempt to turn Israel by the Netanyahu government into a kind of a half dictatorship, half kleptocracy, ruled by those people while destroying the Supreme Court and other mechanism of monitoring of the law and enforcing of the law, obeying the law. And Minister Gallant came to the press back then and said, we are under grave threat to national security. Our foes, our enemies see this as an opportunity. He basically is doing the same. And just remind everybody, then he was fired by the Prime Minister, erupting the strongest wave of protest, basically forcing the Prime Minister to take him back. He doesn't like him. He didn't like him ever since. And their relationship deteriorated to the point of his second speech just days ago. He is very close to the defense establishment. He comes from there. He was chief of the Navy SEALs and then the commander of the Southern Front. And I think he speaks for them. It's not just this unprecedented event that the Minister of Defense is standing against the head of state. It's the whole of the military, the whole of the defense establishment. And you need to be, I don't want to use any derogatory terms, of course, not about my country, but you need to be a very unique country where the defense establishment is guarding democracy against the political level. And we see this throughout the last year and a half since this government was introduced, that it's the intelligence community and the military who are always on the guards to make sure that this next horrible thing would not happen. And the next horrible thing now is what started to be unmasked, is what Netanyahu is really planning. He was not avoiding a day after strategy because he didn't have one, as everybody thought. He had one, and that one is to completely adopt what the ultra-right radicals in his government, the ultra-nationalist Ben Gvir and the radical Smotrich, the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of Treasury, who is also a minister in the Ministry of Defense. And as you quoted our story, Mark Mazzetti and myself, together with our colleague Nathan Odenheimer, the lawless have become the law, and they are now controlling the government. Netanyahu is basically going through and trying to implement military law on Gaza, contradicting any promise, any commitment that he himself has given, that Israel doesn't want to rule Gaza, but behind that there is a secret agenda. And this is an ultra-nationalist, ultra-religious, extreme fundamentalist agenda to reinstate the settlements that were disassembled by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in 2005 during the disengagement. It's basically to enforce the law on Gaza, to enforce the Israeli law on Gaza, to annex Gaza. And let me just recall one, I think, something that could explain, because people say, but why is Netanyahu doing all that? Doesn't he understand? He does. He does. He's a very, very smart person. Detached, but he's smart. There's a famous Israeli columnist, maybe the most important one in Israel, called Nahum Barnea, writing a weekly column in Yediot. He once said about Netanyahu, he said, for politicians, they usually have themselves at the center and everything else in the background. For Netanyahu, he said there's no background. And this explains, I think, everything. He is concerned with the integrity of his coalition, and that's it. Nothing else matters. And because he is coerced by those ultra-nationalists, this is a coalition government, you need to get their votes, because nobody else wants to sit in this coalition because he's under trial for bribery and corruption, then he is just very strict with following everything they tell him to do.
Colonel Koskinas, you're a retired U.S. Air Force officer and with a lot of experience in special operations. And the New York Times has done a very good job about reporting about the scale of the bombing in Gaza, using satellite imagery and other sort of techniques. It is clear that 2,000-pound bombs are being used. I mean, just for people, I'm not a professional military guy, but a 500-pound bomb would be kind of the standard. So why are the Israelis, to the extent that you can determine, using 2,000 bombs, which obviously in a very built-up urban environment have pretty large impacts? And I know you're not a lawyer, but I want you to think about, from your own career, obviously you had many experiences where you had a JAG, which is a U.S. military lawyer in the room, sort of telling you what you could and couldn't do. And how would you assess what the Israelis have been doing in Gaza based on your own experience of what an American military lawyer would have been advising you?
Well, Peter, thank you for giving me the easiest question. Right up front, I would say that it's interesting to consider this question as somebody who is not focused on Israel as much as, perhaps my colleague here. But from a military perspective, I would tell you that weaponeering is definitely more science than art, although there is an art to it. I think that depending on each target that you're looking at, you consider what is the weapon that you want to have in terms of the effects that you want to have. And I would venture to say that Gaza was probably one of the most difficult environments to consider bombing, with the density. It's a very obviously densely populated area, and the tunnel system that's underneath there is a very challenging weaponeering problem, especially when you consider that there is an invasion that's coming behind whatever the air power influence is going to be or effects. And so there's almost an attempt to degrade the enemy to the point that it keeps casualties down on your own side of the military that's going in. Now, having said that, at least, and again, New York Times has done quite a nice review of, I believe you listed, at least in the beginning of the fight in October, over 90% of the munitions dropped were either 1,000 or 2,000 pound bombs, with a 10% being 250 pound, what they call the small diameter bombs, or some variety of it, but certainly lesser. I think, not to take it too deep and nerd out on the weaponeering, but I will say that when you're trying to reach those tunnels, you have to use larger munitions, but there's also something else that's involved, which is the fusing that you have to use in order for a bomb to go through basically the top of the roof of a building and actually detonate subterranean in order to cause, that tunnel to explode. So in some ways, everybody thinks 2,000 pound bomb, it's a much, wider destruction bomb, but if you have certain fusing for it, it's going to, it drops the building. Let's just say that that's a damage that is not going to be undone, but it's not intended to cause this wider, destruction. And also, the deeper it goes, again, not to nerd out, it's a different kind of bomb that requires a much more hardened shell, steel shell. So it even has less explosives because of the weight distribution of the shell versus this. All that to say that they've chosen to go down the heavy destruction mode rather than anything else. I don't know if that covers it.
Mina al-Rabi, you're originally Iraqi and you're a British citizen as well. So Prime Minister Soudani was here, as you know, he was in DC on April 15th. There seems, obviously there's very healthy debate about the continued presence of U.S. troops in Iraq, which number about 2,500. We all know what happened the last time the U.S. pulled out of Iraq, a deal negotiated by Vice President Biden and his National Security Advisor, Tony Blinken, which is 3 years later, ISIS was marching on the gates of Baghdad. And all Iraqis know this background. However, of course, the Iranians have great influence of the political parties in Iraq and also in the military. So do you think that they will come up with some sort of face-saving thing? Well, A, they'll wait for see if Trump is elected and see what that could change. Or B, they'll set up a commission that will just look into the problem and come up with really no solution, which seems like the likely answer. So what do you think is what is the mood in Iraq about the U.S. presence? And do you think it is possible that there may be an agreement to pull out?
So Prime Minister Soudani and his delegation really made a point to try to avoid making this the question of the entire visit. For him, it was really important to be seen as a trusted partner by the Americans, and also that Iraq is moving forward beyond the time of the invasion and actually is healthy again as a state. Many people would question that given some of the dynamics in the country. So we moved past the visit. Now, post-visit, there is a sense of it's no longer on the front burner of the political debate in Iraq. There's still no head of parliament. Unfortunately, we just had the parliamentary session that was meant to choose the head of parliament descending into a fist fight. So the political dynamic in the country at the moment is very much focused on what's happening internally. But part of the axis of resistance movement that again is being fueled by the continued war in Gaza, this topic always comes up. So in a way, again, all these issues in the region need an end to the bombing on Gaza and to see some sort of track that takes away the propaganda tools like the Houthis use and also the axis of resistance parties inside of Iraq that say the Americans have to go out because they're supporting Israel. I think it changes the dynamic if we can get an end to the war. However, there's also, of course, the impending U.S. elections. That's on everyone's mind, and I'm impressed that it didn't come up till this moment to really think about what does that mean for the dynamic in Iraq and other countries of the region. The Prime Minister is in a difficult position because, again, he is a coalition government and he has to make sure that he can keep his coalition together. So there is internal pressure on him, but every indication is he'd rather not push the envelope on actually ending the troop presence for the time being to see where it goes. on the street in Iraq, this isn't a big topic of debate because, like you said, there's only 2,500 American troops. They're not really on the streets. They're in their bases, and it's seen as this almost ability to say that Iraq is still within the orbit of American military interests, which always mean then there's more political interest. There's an idea that if the Americans pull out militarily, then Iraq is even further down the priority list for American decision makers.
And Colonel Koskinas, you focus a lot of your work on Iraq. Is that basically your assessment?
It is. It is. I mean, you've done a masterful job. The only thing I would add is that when Iraq voted in October 2021, there was a lot of uncertainty, obviously, about what was going to come out of the results. And when the Saudis pulled out, there was even more, uncertainty about what was going to happen, and almost a far more, a deeper concern about the new government that came into being in October 2022, because, again, as you mentioned, all the different parties that are involved may, almost give the hint that this is going to be a bit of an anti-American thing. I think Prime Minister al-Sudani has done a masterful job of balancing between different entities within his government, and it's clear from his April visit, and quite frankly, it's clear also from what's happened since October with a lot of fighting and weapons dropped on U.S. bases, and that has stopped since February. So his visit to the U.S., I think, was more focused on let's move on to a different kind of relationship that's not based on a counter-ISIS only campaign. It's not based on just, countering Iran in some, Iraq is important in of itself, both domestically, in its space, but also in the region. So I think that that's come across, and I think it was well received in the U.S. So for what that's worth, I think.
Yeah, so I'm taking from both of what you said that U.S. troops will probably remain in Iraq for the foreseeable future. Is that correct?
I mean, it's really hard to tell what will happen on the wider regional dynamic, because this particular debate isn't about what American troop presence in Iraq means. It may have been 5-10 years ago when it was seen as an occupying power. That is no longer the perception, but it is much more about what America's position in the region is, especially given the dynamics of what's happening in Palestine. So I think we can't say for sure this won't flare up again, and you don't know why. You're right, we've done a lot of reporting on the issue of the fact that American troops are not under direct attack, and these are Iraqi bases where American troops are. Currently there is, unspoken truce, but that could at any moment disappear. It's a fragile truce.
Again, I mean, masterful description, but the one thing I would add is that from a U.S. interest perspective, I would highly recommend that there is a consideration for security cooperation between Iraq and the U.S. I think that there's probably going to be a much smaller footprint and cooperation at a much less tactical level. I think it also has to do with what kind of munitions, what kind of weapons does Iraq want to have, what kind of direction they want to take. Also, U.S. companies are likely going to feel more comfortable seeing how the governance goes, anti-corruption, but also, some kind of a U.S. presence that's fairly robust, but far lower than where we are right now. So definitely something to consider.
So Ali, Mina and Yanni both alluded to this, which is come after the attacks against the U.S. service members in Jordan in January. The Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria have basically stopped their attacks on U.S. bases. And so, I mean, A, why did that happen? B, then this is a big question, what does Iran want right now? What is its actual goals? And C, one thing that is pretty clear is no one is completely sure of their red lines. I mean, a big red line was crossed when Iran, sent 300 various projectiles in the direction of Israel. The red lines keep sort of shifting, and the problem is if people don't really know where they are, it can easily cause, it can escalate the conflict.
That's absolutely right. Look, I think there is a short game here and a long game. The short game for Iran was to impose a cost on what was happening in Gaza and also deter Israel from what it saw as potential strategic plan that Israel had in mind of going after members of axis of resistance one by one in a sequential manner. But it did not want a full-scale regional war. It did not want uncontrolled escalation, and that's why when some of these groups in Iraq pushed the envelope too far, Iran pulled them back in. And my understanding is that it was also a favor to Prime Minister Soudani that is very much liked at the top of the Iranian leadership, and they didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize his trip to Washington as well. But there are other members of the axis of resistance, like the Houthis, who are carrying on that job of trying to put pressure on Israel and the United States and the West writ large. And so I don't think the Iranians saw what was happening in Iraq and Syria as too critical to lose, at least in the short run. But in the long run, it's a different calculation. And I think what happened with Israel, the flare-up last month, is going to have an impact on the Iranian calculus, in the sense that, we always thought that the first line of defense against Israel for Iran was in Lebanon. But what Israel did with its very limited retaliation against Iran on April 18th, from what we know, apparently Israel came pretty close to the Iranian border and fired air-to-land ballistic missiles from the Iraqi airspace. That means Iraq is the first line of defense for Iran. And Iran can't really do anything about closing up the Iraqi airspace to Israeli fighter jets until and unless the US is out. So I think there is renewed motivation on the Iranian side to try to push the US out. Now, they know, they're a good reader of American politics, and they understand that it's very unlikely that this would happen in an election year. This would be yet another demonstration of weakness by the Biden administration in the eyes of its critics in the face of aggressive Iranians. But once the election is done, I think we are very likely to see renewed attacks on US forces, with the ultimate objective again being to do a redux of 2011 and push the US out of Iraq and Syria.
Elizabeth, two questions, one unrelated to each other, but one is, the Houthis won the war, right? They have the populous north, they have the capital, and they have the most important port. There's no possibility of them being dislodged from this position.
Well, the Houthis won the war. You said it. Yes, it does. It does look like that. It certainly looks like that to the Houthis. And that's quite important, because we have to think about the logic that they themselves are thinking. To them, they won the war. They got all the concessions from the truce, even without continuing the sign up to the truce. They feel very confident. They're not afraid of the United States. They've seen what happened to the United States in Afghanistan. They've seen what happened, or what is happening in Iraq. So they're feeling on top of the world. And they also think they've got God on their side. And we mustn't underestimate that as a powerful driver. But what's important here is that this could mean that the UN roadmap is properly dead in the water. Now, that was still being talked up by the long-suffering envoy Grundberg back in December, but they're sounding much less positive now. And the reason for that is that how can you have a power-sharing agreement that leaves the Houthis in their current form in charge of an area of the Red Sea coast? That no longer seems such a palatable option. And the Saudi Houthi talks, well, if the Saudis and the Houthis do manage to come to some kind of agreement and Saudi withdraws, it looks very much like a protectionist racket. It looks really like the Saudis are paying the Houthis to leave them alone and to give them an elegant exit for the war. That doesn't look at all good for the Presidential Leadership Council that's left behind in Yemen. But many good reasons for Saudi to do so: Vision 2030, NEOM, Red Sea tourism, etc., etc. And also, if you were a country that might, in the near-term future, start relying on desalination plants, you wouldn't really want the Houthis with all their drones and missiles as your enemy.
You run you're the president of an important college at Cambridge University, and I'm just curious about how the British and Europeans in general are sort of beginning to hedge for what looks like an almost certain Trump victory were it to happen tomorrow, and kind of what does that mean for the Middle East in general? Obviously, when Trump was in power the last time, he kept trying to pull American troops out of Syria, and he was sort of blocked by people who slow-rolled those things. And he, obviously, you mentioned the Afghan withdrawal. Obviously, it was kind of his plan that Biden went through with. So what is the kind of mood in Europe about this potential Trump victory? And how does it affect how people will operate in the Middle East, given the fact that A, can be somewhat quixotic, I guess is a kind of polite way of putting it, and B, he does have a record of his basic point is we should just get out of all these places.
Oh, this is going to be a really tricky one to answer diplomatically. I can't speak for Europe now because, of course, since 2016, we're no longer in it. But I'd say that we have a much bigger question on our hands in the UK now. Everyone's worried about Trump, but we're even more worried about ourselves and what's happening inside the UK. We've had a fairly chaotic few years. We don't have the same ripple effect on the world stage anymore as America does, of course, but it has a very dramatic ripple effect inside the UK itself. We can't keep following the US if Trump gets in. But right now, I think all of our focus is on what on earth is going to happen with our general election at the end of the year. I should just add that, if someone had said 5 years ago that David Cameron was going to come back in as Foreign Secretary, we'd have all just thought that was a shambles and an absolute disaster. But following what we've just had, perhaps we could skip an era, go back to Liz Truss and then also to Boris Johnson as our foreign secretaries. This is actually looking quite positive.
Rona, I wanted to return to you on Israel. And you mentioned, so what is the view amongst ordinary Israelis about the conduct of the war? They may not like Bibi. And how do they feel misunderstood by the rest of the world? How do they see the world's reaction to what they're doing as sort of wrong, misplaced, or whatever adjective you want to use?
Yeah. I think that, first of all, many Israelis totally fail to understand the world and its criticism against Israel. One of the reasons is that much of the Israeli media do not fully reflect what is happening in Gaza. And as in the, 130 years of historical war and dispute and clash between Israelis and Palestinians, between Jews and Arabs in this haunted region, they are preoccupied with their own miseries and their own suffering. And the Gazans as well, and of course it leaves very narrow bandwidth to think about the other side's miseries. But I would say that in a way, as much as the Israelis fail to understand the world fails to understand the Israelis. When the Israelis here, and it is not judging the Israelis or saying that they are right or wrong, I'm just trying to reflect, maybe better reflect how things are looked from that side. When the world is seeing this discussions over the size of a bomb. Now, the Israelis, they would say, what would you do? What the US government or Her Majesty's government, if they would know that one of the masterminds behind the attack on October 7th sits at -3 level, 40 meters underground, controlling and command post, and there's only one bomb that can take him and the whole command tunnel out. And Israel believed it did everything it can to ask or demand or order the civilians out. Now the Israelis are coming and saying, well, we have done, because lawyers told them to say so, also the Israeli spokespeople are saying, we have done everything we can to prevent collateral damage. Now, of course, once you know that there are civilians above ground and you decide to bomb, then you did not do everything you can, because, of course, to do everything you can means not to bomb, but it still leaves a question that I think is not frequently asked: what would you do following that attack? And maybe another example was a high representative of the United Nations speaking on this podium just 2 hours ago. From the Israeli point of view, or for many Israelis, I'm not talking about the Israeli government. I'm trying to reflect Israelis, the majority, who are opposing the government and are opposing parts of that war. And I'm sure this will be shown in the next election. But before that, for many Israelis, if someone understands the Israeli government or how the Israeli government believes it promotes Israeli national security, I'm happy if he calls me and explains that to me. But I'm talking about the majority of the public, including the parts of the military. When they hear a high representative of the United Nations standing on this stage, talking about the suffering, with all good reason, of the Gazans, and the destruction of Gaza, and I have been, I don't know how many people in this audience have been in Gaza since the beginning of the war. I have been there many times, but I've also been, since the first day, in the villages and the kibbutzim and other areas around across the border in Israel. And when he speaks about the suffering of Gaza, and he says nothing about the death in Israel, the attack that started all of that, and the hundreds of thousands of people that had to be mislocated, refugees in their country, and he says nothing, he will lose any attention from the Israelis, because they would think that he's not someone that can be negotiated with. And I think this is where, those two sides, the world and many of the Israelis, come to a sort of a non-starter.
Can I ask you, I'm going to ask you and Yanni the same question, which is, there's been a lot of discussion of autonomous weapons and the use of AI in warfare. And there seemed to be some very good reporting by 972 about the way the Israelis are using artificial intelligence to select targets. And I believe the code name of the operation is Lavender, and there may be another name as well. So and what's very interesting about this is when you usually in Washington, when you have a discussion of AI and warfare, it's usually about the Chinese. Well, it turns out it's the Ukrainians who are using AI-guided autonomous weapons, who are our allies, and also Israel that is using AI autonomous weapons, who are our allies of the United States. So, to what extent do you think that this reporting is accurate, Ronan? And then I'll ask Yanni a separate question related.
Peter, sometimes people come to me and offer sources and stories, and I think about the stories that they are too bad to be true. That they sound more like a Netflix episode than something that happens in reality. Did I say anything wrong? Because I was...
No. So the story is too good to be true.
But I think, so let me, the Israeli intelligence is using AI. And by the way, with some top secret Palestinian Hamas documents from Amn al-Am, the General Security Service of Hamas, the Hamas Stasi, It turns out that Hamas is using them, that Adam Rascon, my colleague in the New York Times, and myself just published. It turns out that the Hamas are using them for other targets as well. I think that the problem with researching and investigating the Israeli rules of conduct is lying somewhere else. I'll go back to this in a minute. Somewhere, I think that the attempt to describe as if there is a computer somewhere who chooses targets, and the computer is finalizing the targets, and the computer is sending the choppers or the drones or the helicopters or the fighting aircraft. I think that's wrong. I think that they are someone. Compare that with someone who is sitting in some kind of a cable network service network point and giving service to people that have malfunctions, and then the AI get the information much easier. At the end of the day, the question is not why an AI chose wrong, or not why the Israelis have given that to an AI. I think this is too much. Then I'm not sure it happened. What I do believe is that there needs to be a thorough research and a thorough look into how the Israelis chose their targets and what kind of supervision, oversight were put before the war and immediately after the war started. Just to give one example and not to be vague. Facing petitions at the Supreme Court by human rights organizations in years before the war, the Israeli administration has said, the Israeli Defense Department, we are using a procedure called knock on the roof, which basically said if Israel was planning to strike a building, they were calling the civilians in that building. They said, you have 15 minutes to evacuate. You are sitting on a Hamas secret stash of weapons. Go. And then bombing that building. The Israelis said in some statements that they stopped using that protocol after the beginning of the war. Was there another protocol instated? Was it something that the Israelis did in addition? Does that, without the protocol following the rules, the legal rules of conduct? And I think those are the main questions. And even from the point of view of, I would say, the ego of the intelligence officials, I would be hesitant that they gave that to a computer.
If I can deconstruct some of this just real quick, because you mentioned something that is really important, which I'm sure in Israel people are saying, what would you do? As you mentioned, rather than take down the AI problems, which I admittedly I'm not super well qualified on. I'll take that on for a second. Look, on Facebook, on Twitter, X platform, LinkedIn, there are so many experts on just about everything you want to hear, you know, and I'm sure that they would say, you know, of course we would do something, you know, different or something else. I would just pose certain things because I'm not walking a mile in your shoes. I don't have access to classified information. I don't know exactly what they're seeing. But when you have the question, if there is a senior Hamas leader at level 3, my question is, where are the hostages? Are they at level 4? And so, you know, without knowing what is actually in that building, your lawyer and the commander ultimately makes a decision that says that is the acceptable, or, you know, it raises to a particular level that they make a decision that is an acceptable casualty determination. What I will say, to answer very specifically to your point, I have said, no, we're not dropping. I have recommended that this is far too much casualties for the bang that you want and for the target that you have. And, you know, in my experience, I've never been overruled on that, but and the commanders have made that decision. So, what would you do? Maybe something different is the answer from me. The last thing on it is, look, you could look at other places around the Middle East. You can go to Aleppo and you can see destruction. You can go to different places around the world and you can see destruction. You have not seen the U.S. carpet bomb Kabul in order to get, bin Laden. So I think it's a counterfactual argument if you want to go down that lane, or not, maybe not counterfactual, but you can definitely get off, the wrong exit if you start going down the path of trying to mirror image that.
Yeah, switching gears a bit. Mina, you live in Abu Dhabi. Of course, the Abraham Accords were sort of, I think, had a fatal flaw in them, which was they were conducted with, there was, Jared Kushner was going to have this big conference, and there was going to be $50 billion that was going to come into the Gaza and the West Bank, and Steve Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, said one of the greatest sort of stupid lines of all time at this conference where no one paid any money. He said it's going to West Bank and Gaza are going to be a hot IPO, meaning they're going to be a hot, kind of investment. Anyway, so none of that happened. The Abraham Accords seemed to me fundamentally flawed because they basically were negotiated above the heads of the Palestinians, and there was really nothing in it for them. So, UAE has not formally withdrawn diplomatic relations with Israel. However, we've seen a lot of very critical statements from the UAE. And so are the Abraham Accords sort of on life support? We have National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan visiting Saudi Arabia yesterday to speak to Crown Prince bin Salman. And clearly there's an element in the US government that basically thinks that's the magic answer, details to come. So what is the status of the Accords, and is there any plausible kind of deal where there would be an actual guarantee of a two-state solution embedded in the deal with Saudi Arabia?
Thanks, Peter. I mean, absolutely, the Abraham Accords, as are the peace deals with Jordan and Egypt, under the biggest stress they've ever been under. And it's the Arab countries that have decided to come to a deal with Israel, with all the differences between, of course, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Jordan, Egypt. None of them have decided to break relations because there's still the idea that Israel as a country is seen differently from the actions of the current government, but also what the future could look like. In terms of a deal, it's clear to everybody that it can't be the old formula of at the end of everything else being agreed, you can have a two-state solution. Everyone now is in agreement, you need to have a Palestinian state. And it was telling that there were only 8 countries that sided with Israel on this idea of Palestine becoming a full member of the UN. So I think for the UAE, as you said, they've not only been very critical, they've been working very hard, as have other countries, to try to convince the Israelis that this is in their better interest to stop dropping the size bombs, but also to find a political path. And now we're hearing from within their own war cabinet the same remarks, that this is not feasible. So I think there's a lot of frustration amongst Arab diplomatic circles for the countries that still have ties with the Israelis and are still speaking to the Israelis, including the mediation efforts of Qatar, which have been so important. But there's been a frustration that there hasn't been a will, as we heard earlier on the stage, to actually see a political solution. I think for the normalization deal with Saudi Arabia, that's got its own track. And, in September of last year, it almost seemed that this is it. The Israelis and the Saudis are going to agree and it's all done. But actually, when you spoke to Israeli diplomats, you had a different kind of answer than you had from the Saudi diplomats. And we were speaking to a lot of the Saudi officials who were like, we're not in a rush to see this through. We need to make sure that the deal is right for us, but also for the Palestinians. And the Palestinian Authority was very much involved in that. And yet, it didn't seem that either the Americans or the Israelis were able to deliver on the Palestinian side of the deal. And we'll see if Jake Sullivan, in this trip or in future discussions, is able not only to deliver what a security deal for Saudi Arabia looks like, but also what a Palestinian state looks like. Then you can see some movement. But at the moment, I think there's a lot more being written and discussed about the end game for the Palestinians than we can actually see the Israelis implementing.
Ronan and also maybe Yanni, you know, there's often a kind of view that, you know, if we get bin Laden, you know, the problem's over. And, you know, maybe in bin Laden's case that was more true than others. But you think about Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in Iraq, who was killed in 2006. Al-Qaeda in Iraq went on to become ISIS. And so killing that one particular person wasn't a magic solution. So if Shinwar was to be killed, how is Hamas organized? I presume it has a military committee that consists of more than one person. Would that, you know, be a psychological victory without any real impact, or what would it mean?
Yeah. I'm sure that if Sinwar is killed, and he is the mastermind, without whom nothing of that would have been happening, because if we look at other opinions from the Shura of Hamas and from the exiled political leadership, I think that they were furious that he decided to end the conflict, to end the dispute. What is Hamas? Hamas, are they ruling a country? Are they a jihadist organization? He just failed to send the email to his partners that he just ended the discussion.
So meaning that he didn't consult with the Hamas political leadership, or meaning what?
He didn't tell anyone except a circle of 5 to 6, 7 max people with whom he met in person. One of the reasons to this historical epic intelligence blunder of Israel that will be put in books and movies and Netflix series in the same line like Pearl Harbor, the Yom Kippur War and others, the Barbarossa, as one of the biggest intelligence failures in history, was that Israelis were so dependent and confident that they can wiretap those exotic encrypted channels of communication, but nobody spoke in those channels. Whether because he just realized that he should not tell anyone, or maybe he knew that the Israelis are listening, but whatever happened, he was smart to understand that he needs to tell no one outside the Gaza Strip, even his deputy that he dispatched, Khalil Haya, that he dispatched to outside, and that he is outside of the Strip during when it's that he didn't know. If he is killed, this will be seen, I'm sure that this will be exported by Israel as a victory. But I think that most Israelis, at least most of the leaders of the intelligence community and the defense establishment, after so many years of fighting Hamas and every time killing that one individual, assassinating Jabari or Marwan Issa or others, and thinking this will end the conflict, they are totally disenchanted. And they understand that Hamas cannot be destroyed. It's an idea that cannot be eradicated. And this is by far more important, and it goes back to your previous question about Galan, they also understand that the only way to win this war is to ripe the military successes of the IDF into a political solution, that there will be nothing of a victory if this is not a political international solution agreed by everything. And they also understand that such a solution cannot come without the Palestinian Authority, which is exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to prevent.
You know, Mina, you mentioned something which, if the Gaza conflict was dialed down, in a way, and there's a question for you, Ali, and also for you, Elizabeth, that the kind of rationale for the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea and the attacks for, you know, Iranian proxies, whether it's Hezbollah or others, sort of, you know, does it just go away if the Gaza war goes away, or, you know, are there sort of deeper reasons why they might continue their actions, Elizabeth?
Well, there are deeper reasons why the Houthis might continue their actions. They've been, according to them at least, recruiting about 300,000 new fighters on the back of it. Even if it's a tenth of that, that's still worrying. The Houthis have always wanted an excuse to go after energy-rich areas of Yemen. Now, given that it looks like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates will have their tentacles into Hadramaut and Shabwa, that leaves Ma'rib. So I would expect the Houthis, irrespective of what happens in Gaza, to go east towards Ma'rib, give it another go, possibly push south towards the Bab el-Mandab as well. So I don't see any possibility of the Yemen civil war ending, or of the Houthis just getting with the UN roadmap without wanting further concessions.
I agree with that, but let me also add to what Mina said, that I remember when Jared Kushner put the deal of the century on the table, I was at a conference like this, and a senior Iranian official, having read some of the details, told me, this is great for us because there is nothing in it for the Palestinians. And in that sense, Iran's worst nightmare would be what Ronan talked about, which is to try to turn this military achievement on the ground into a political solution. Because Iran is, at the end of the day, is an opportunistic power. It really has a mastery of exploiting chaos, whether that's in Afghanistan or in Iraq or elsewhere. And the Palestinian cause, over the years, has allowed it to overcome inherent limitations to Iranian power as a Persian nation among Arabs and Turks, as a Shia nation among Sunnis. And so to deprive it from that card would significantly limit Iran's ability to project power beyond its borders. But there's also, we have to do this delicately, because either because Israel starts a war with Hezbollah, or because it deprives Iran of this oxygen that it needs to advance its regional policy, and Iran feels more vulnerable because its regional deterrence has been weakened, there is another option, unfortunately, available to it right now, which is its nuclear option. The country is closer to the verge of nuclear weapons than it has ever been. In 2018, when President Trump walked out of the Iran nuclear deal, it would take Iran 12 months to enrich enough uranium for a single nuclear weapon. That timeline, Peter, now is 6 days. And Iran have an arsenal worth of highly enriched nuclear material to 20% and 60%. So we have to act very carefully, but again, I couldn't agree more that the worst nightmare for the Iranians is actually a settlement of the Palestinian cause.
We have super limited time left, so Mina, if Iran got a nuclear weapon, would UAE and the KSA essentially basically, presumably Saudis could get technology from Pakistan, etc. I mean, would we have multiple nuclear armed states?
I'll answer that, but first I just want to change your framing of the previous question when you said, Mina, you said if the Gaza war ends, then the Houthis would lay down arms. It wasn't that much of a leap, but it was as long as the war continues, and as long as we have the Palestinians under attack in the way that they are, then those that want to claim that role of defending them would find it very difficult to go in any other negotiation. So I think, October 6th, this region wasn't in a great space, but it is incredibly worse today. So I think for us to try to de-escalate, that is a starting point that is essential for everything else to be considered. Nuclear arms. Look, the UAE has spoken at length, not only publicly but also privately, that they're very serious that the Baraka nuclear plant that they now have operational is a civilian one. They have gotten the highest possible ratings from the IAEA and have had them involved from day one to make sure that it is civilian, and this is part of a very serious effort for the energy transition that the country is going through. So I would absolutely rule it out that they would do it, given all the current dynamics. We can never tell what happens in 5-10 years. I think for Saudi Arabia is a different dynamic, and the role they see for themselves in the region as a heavyweight in the region is different. But again, everything they have said is that they wouldn't, and part of their push for the defense agreement with the United States is to be able to say that actually we have this absolutely watertight deal with the Americans that they would find as a counterweight to possibly a nuclear Iran.
Ronan, it's hard. Obviously, this is a very hard question to answer. But I mean, if there's going to be a ceasefire, the hostages have to be released. And obviously, there's a constituency in Israel that's very vocal about the hostage releases. And then there seems to be a lot of reluctance by the Netanyahu government for a variety of reasons. Not sure how many people are dead or alive. And I think they're aware that Hamas has one big card, which they're not going to. I think they're going to dole that out pretty slowly. What's your view about where this negotiation is? And you know, if there was a real hostage release with a real prisoner release on the other side, would that be a confidence-building measure to kind of something? Because, I mean, there seems to be no plan for the day after, but at least if that ceasefire held for a bit, then even the act of starting to rebuild Gaza would be a bit of a confidence-building measure.
So first of all, there are people in the audience here who are taking senior roles in the Qatari defense and intelligence establishment who will be, if they volunteer to take my seat and could answer this about the situation of the negotiations. But I think the situation today is not the best. I think the Egyptians sort of took the lead after a month that the negotiations was done mainly from here and by Qatar. They promised to deliver, and that depends on who you ask, but that didn't happen. And so the negotiation is in a dire state. And then it's stuck on the point of Hamas insistence. I see the red digits here, I understand. The Hamas is insisting that the first so-called humanitarian stage will start with saying that the second, the release of the humanitarians is about Israeli civilians and the 5 women soldiers. But that it will start when saying that the second stage, the exchange for the Israeli military soldiers, men soldiers, will end with a total ceasefire and total withdrawal of the Israeli forces in Gaza. This Israel does not accept. This will probably cause the disassemblement of Netanyahu's coalition, going back to what I said before. And that still doesn't have a majority in the Israeli public. I think that is the point. This is where it's stuck, and it needs today very strong international pressure on both sides to find that tweaking, that some editing to that phrasing that would enable at least the humanitarian package, the release of probably 1,000, maybe more Palestinian prisoners in exchange of the Israeli civilians at the hands of Hamas. This could lead to a long ceasefire, and that, going back to the end of your question, that may lead to a solution that would finalize, would end this war, which doesn't even happening since mid-January from the Israeli military point of view, but of course the humanitarian crisis continues with no end. I am not sure that all of that can happen with current leadership at both sides.
Great. Well, we're out of time. I want to thank Ali, Elizabeth, Mina, Yanni, and Ronan. If you could all join in a round of applause.
مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية، تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل، فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة. وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. We thank you for setting out many of the important topics that will be addressed at the Global Security Forum over the next 3 days. Next in our program, we warmly welcome high-level remarks from His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. He will be joining us virtually. These remarks were recorded Saturday, May 18th.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة المشاركون في المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أشارككم هذا المؤتمر المفعم بالطموح، وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة قطر الشقيقة لاستضافتها هذا الحدث في تأكيد وتعزيز آخر لموقعها في طليعة التجارب الناجحة في التنمية والبناء، كما أثني على تركيز الاهتمام نحو سؤال الأمن وحلوله المستدامة، الأمن من جميع الأوجه والمسارات التي تمس حياة الشعوب وتحكم سعيها لتحقيق معيشة كريمة في ظل سلام مستدام. ومعروف لكم ما كابده شعبنا العراقي عبر العقود الماضية من آلام وحروب وديكتاتورية ومواجهات استهلكت جهدا ودماء عزيزة، واستنفذت وقتا ثمينا لم يستثمر لصالح آمال شعبنا. ومع كل هذه العقبات تمكن العراق من تجاوز أكبر الشرور وانتصر في معركة الإرهاب، وانتقلنا كعراقيين من مرحلة الانتصار إلى مرحلة التنمية بقوة في ظل ديمقراطية مستقرة. وآلت حكومتنا على نفسها أن تغير حال الاقتصاد العراقي نحو الانفتاح على الشراكات المثمرة والتنوع في الموارد، ومواجهة التحديات المزمنة في البطالة والخدمات والفساد ومحاربة الفقر وتدعيم الإصلاح الاقتصادي بجميع أشكاله. ولم يمض إلا عام ونصف العام حتى باتت الأرقام الاستقرائية للاقتصاد تتحدث عن صعود إيجابي متشعب ومتنوع ويعد بالمزيد. وشهدت البنى التحتية المؤسسة للنهوض الحقيقي اندفاعات لن تتوقف بعون الله، ويوما بعد آخر نجتاز عقبات كانت تبدو صعبة بل مستحيلة في سنوات ماضية. ومن المهم أن تفهم هذه الخطوات ضمن سياسة شاملة تتبناها حكومتنا مدعومة من مجلس النواب، تعالج بها كل ما يمس المواطن في معيشته وتلبي طموحه. من هذا التشخيص انطلقنا لتحقيق هذا الهدف الممكن. واجهنا في كل القطاعات المستهدفة صعوبات وتحديات شتى، لكن إيماننا بقدرة أبناء شعبنا وتمسكه بإعمار بلادنا وتنميتها أمر لا تحده حدود. الصحة والكهرباء والخدمات العامة والبنى التحتية المدنية والنظام المصرفي المعافى والإدارة الحكومية النزيهة والعمل على محاربة الفقر واستغلال الطاقة واستثمار الغاز ومواجهة التغيرات المناخية والبيئية وتوفير الغذاء والسكن والتعليم وغيرها، كلها صارت اليوم بمثابة بنود في العقد الرابط بين المواطن وحكومته، وهي دعامة استمرار الخيار الديمقراطي والسبب الأول الذي يدفع المواطنين إلى المشاركة في الانتخابات كوسيلة دستورية لا بديل لها لاختيار الحكم وصنع القرار. لقد وضعنا نصب أعيننا أن تغيير فلسفة إدارة الدولة وتطوير أسلوب تنفيذها سيكون ذلك مدخلا صحيحا لاستغلال الثروة، وبالتالي فإنه القاعدة الاجتماعية الأولى للحكم الرشيد. فأسسنا صندوق العراق للتنمية، وفتحنا الأبواب أمام القطاع الخاص بضمانات سيادية، وشرعنا في التعاون مع مؤسسات الائتمان العالمية. واليوم نحث الخطى الواثقة في مشروعنا الأبرز، مشروع طريق التنمية، هذا الممر الاستراتيجي الذي سيربط مصالح المنطقة ربطا إيجابيا متكاملا، وسيؤكد دور العراق التاريخي بوصفه ساحة آمنة لصنع الفرص والتكامل الاقتصادي وتشابك المصالح بين الشعوب قبل الحكومات. ونعتقد واثقين أن هذه هي دعائم أمن واستقرار في المنطقة. السيدات والسادة، إن الأمن لم يعد رهين قرار سياسي أو عملا ميدانيا فقط، إنه حزمة متداخلة من الإجراءات والمصالح المتبادلة المشروعة والنظم التجارية والاقتصادية المنصفة. ولو دعمنا الأمن بكل مفاهيمه بترابط اقتصادي صانع للحلول وساند لمواجهة التحديات، سنجد أن أسباب الاضطراب ستنكفئ وستتراجع فرص إثارة الفتن وتضمحل منابع الصراعات، وسنخصص المزيد من الموارد إلى قطاعات التنمية. ولا يخفى عليكم ما تسبب به العدوان على المدنيين في غزة والأراضي المحتلة والموقف الدولي الضعيف أزاء الحق الفلسطيني. هذا العدوان الذي بات يهدد المنطقة بأسرها بانتشار الصراع، كما أنه أهان القانون الدولي وانتهك حرمة الدم، وهو يمثل اليوم أكبر تهديد لشعوب المنطقة واستقرارها. لهذه الأسباب فإن العمل على وقف الإبادة الجماعية الصريحة بحق الشعب الفلسطيني ستمثل بداية لمنظومة الثقة المتبادلة في مساعينا نحو تحقيق الأمن لشعوبنا ولمنطقتنا، وسيكون العراق أول المساهمين في إعادة الحياة والإعمار لغزة وأهلنا الصامدين فيها. أشكر إصغاءكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister al-Sudani, for your important remarks. Please remain seated, guests. As His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, departs. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم، وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال إلى الحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل، فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة. وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. We thank you for setting out many of the important topics that will be addressed at the Global Security Forum over the next 3 days. Next in our program, we warmly welcome high-level remarks from His Excellency Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. He will be joining us virtually. These remarks were recorded Saturday, May 18th.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة المشاركون في المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أشارككم هذا المؤتمر المفعم بالطموح، وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة قطر الشقيقة لاستضافتها هذا الحدث في تأكيد وتعزيز آخر لموقعها في طليعة التجارب الناجحة في التنمية والبناء، كما أثني على تركيز الاهتمام نحو سؤال الأمن وحلوله المستدامة، الأمن من جميع الأوجه والمسارات التي تمس حياة الشعوب وتحكم سعيها لتحقيق معيشة كريمة في ظل سلام مستدام. ومعروف لكم ما كابده شعبنا العراقي عبر العقود الماضية من آلام وحروب وديكتاتورية ومواجهات استهلكت جهدا ودماء عزيزة، واستنفذت وقتا ثمينا لم يستثمر لصالح آمال شعبنا. ومع كل هذه العقبات تمكن العراق من تجاوز أكبر الشرور وانتصر في معركة الإرهاب، وانتقلنا كعراقيين من مرحلة الانتصار إلى مرحلة التنمية بقوة في ظل ديمقراطية مستقرة. وآلت حكومتنا على نفسها أن تغير حال الاقتصاد العراقي نحو الانفتاح على الشراكات المثمرة والتنوع في الموارد، ومواجهة التحديات المزمنة في البطالة والخدمات والفساد ومحاربة الفقر وتدعيم الإصلاح الاقتصادي بجميع أشكاله. ولم يمض إلا عام ونصف العام حتى باتت الأرقام الاستقرائية للاقتصاد تتحدث عن صعود إيجابي متشعب ومتنوع ويعد بالمزيد. وشهدت البنى التحتية المؤسسة للنهوض الحقيقي اندفاعة لن تتوقف بعون الله، ويوما بعد آخر نجتاز عقبات كانت تبدو صعبة بل مستحيلة في سنوات ماضية. ومن المهم أن تفهم هذه الخطوات ضمن سياسة شاملة تتبناها حكومتنا مدعومة من مجلس النواب، تعالج بها كل ما يمس المواطن في معيشته وتلبي طموحه. من هذا التشخيص انطلقنا لتحقيق هذا الهدف الممكن. واجهنا في كل القطاعات المستهدفة صعوبات وتحديات شتى لكن إيماننا بقدرة أبناء شعبنا وتمسكه بإعمار بلادنا وتنميتها أمر لا تحده حدود. الصحة والكهرباء والخدمات العامة والبنى التحتية المدنية والنظام المصرفي المعافى والإدارة الحكومية النزيهة والعمل على محاربة الفقر واستغلال الطاقة واستثمار الغاز ومواجهة التغيرات المناخية والبيئية وتوفير الغذاء والسكن والتعليم وغيرها، كلها صارت اليوم بمثابة بنود في العقد الرابط بين المواطن وحكومته، وهي دعامة استمرار الخيار الديمقراطي والسبب الأول الذي يدفع المواطنين إلى المشاركة في الانتخابات كوسيلة دستورية لا بديل لها لاختيار الحكم وصنع القرار. لقد وضعنا نصب أعيننا أن تغيير فلسفة إدارة الدولة وتطوير أسلوب تنفيذها سيكون ذلك مدخلا صحيحا لاستغلال الثروة، وبالتالي فإنه القاعدة الاجتماعية الأولى للحكم الرشيد. فأسسنا صندوق العراق للتنمية وفتحنا الأبواب أمام القطاع الخاص بضمانات سيادية، وشرعنا في التعاون مع مؤسسات الائتمان العالمية. واليوم نحث الخطى الواثقة في مشروعنا الأبرز، مشروع طريق التنمية، هذا الممر الاستراتيجي الذي سيربط مصالح المنطقة ربطا إيجابيا متكاملا، وسيؤكد دور العراق التاريخي بوصفه ساحة آمنة لصنع الفرص والتكامل الاقتصادي وتشابك المصالح بين الشعوب قبل الحكومات. ونعتقد واثقين أن هذه هي دعائم أمن واستقرار في المنطقة. السيدات والسادة، إن الأمن لم يعد رهين قرار سياسي أو عملا ميدانيا فقط، إنه حزمة متداخلة من الإجراءات والمصالح المتبادلة المشروعة والنظم التجارية والاقتصادية المنصفة. ولو دعمنا الأمن بكل مفاهيمه بترابط اقتصادي صانع للحلول وساند لمواجهة التحديات، سنجد أن أسباب الاضطراب ستنكفئ وستتراجع فرص إثارة الفتن وتضمحل منابع الصراعات، وسنخصص المزيد من الموارد إلى قطاعات التنمية. ولا يخفى عليكم ما تسبب به العدوان على المدنيين في غزة والأراضي المحتلة والموقف الدولي الضعيف أزاء الحق الفلسطيني. هذا العدوان الذي بات يهدد المنطقة بأسرها بانتشار الصراع، كما أنه أهان القانون الدولي وانتهك حرمة الدم، وهو يمثل اليوم أكبر تهديد لشعوب المنطقة واستقرارها. لهذه الأسباب فإن العمل على وقف الإبادة الجماعية الصريحة بحق الشعب الفلسطيني ستمثل بداية لمنظومة الثقة المتبادلة في مساعينا نحو تحقيق الأمن لشعوبنا ولمنطقتنا، وسيكون العراق أول المساهمين في إعادة الحياة والإعمار لغزة وأهلنا الصامدين فيها. أشكر إصغاءكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Al-Sudani, for your important remarks. Please remain seated, guests, as His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, departs. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم، وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة. وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. We thank you for setting out many of the important topics that will be addressed at the Global Security Forum over the next 3 days. Next in our program, we warmly welcome high-level remarks from His Excellency Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. He will be joining us virtually. These remarks were recorded Saturday, May 18th.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة المشاركون في المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أشارككم هذا المؤتمر المفعم بالطموح، وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة قطر الشقيقة لاستضافتها هذا الحدث في تأكيد وتعزيز آخر لموقعها في طليعة التجارب الناجحة في التنمية والبناء. كما أثني على تركيز الاهتمام نحو سؤال الأمن وحلوله المستدامة، الأمن من جميع الأوجه والمسارات التي تمس حياة الشعوب وتحكم سعيها لتحقيق معيشة كريمة في ظل سلام مستدام. ومعروف لكم ما كابده شعبنا العراقي عبر العقود الماضية من آلام وحروب وديكتاتورية ومواجهات استهلكت جهدا ودماء عزيزة، واستنفذت وقتا ثمينا لم يستثمر لصالح آمال شعبنا. ومع كل هذه العقبات تمكن العراق من تجاوز أكبر الشرور وانتصر في معركة الإرهاب، وانتقلنا كعراقيين من مرحلة الانتصار إلى مرحلة التنمية بقوة في ظل ديمقراطية مستقرة. وآلت حكومتنا على نفسها أن تغير حال الاقتصاد العراقي نحو الانفتاح على الشراكات المثمرة والتنوع في الموارد، ومواجهة التحديات المزمنة في البطالة والخدمات والفساد ومحاربة الفقر وتدعيم الإصلاح الاقتصادي بجميع أشكاله. ولم يمض إلا عام ونصف العام حتى باتت الأرقام الاستقرائية للاقتصاد تتحدث عن صعود إيجابي متشعب ومتنوع ويعد بالمزيد. وشهدت البنى التحتية المؤسسة للنهوض الحقيقي اندفاعة لن تتوقف بعون الله، ويوما بعد آخر نجتاز عقبات كانت تبدو صعبة بل مستحيلة في سنوات ماضية، ومن المهم أن تفهم هذه الخطوات ضمن سياسة شاملة تتبناها حكومتنا مدعومة من مجلس النواب، تعالج بها كل ما يمس المواطن في معيشته وتلبي طموحه. من هذا التشخيص انطلقنا لتحقيق هذا الهدف الممكن. واجهنا في كل القطاعات المستهدفة صعوبات وتحديات شتى، لكن إيماننا بقدرة أبناء شعبنا وتمسكه بإعمار بلادنا وتنميتها أمر لا تحده حدود. الصحة والكهرباء والخدمات العامة والبنى التحتية المدنية والنظام المصرفي المعافى والإدارة الحكومية النزيهة والعمل على محاربة الفقر واستغلال الطاقة واستثمار الغاز ومواجهة التغيرات المناخية والبيئية وتوفير الغذاء والسكن والتعليم وغيرها، كلها صارت اليوم بمثابة بنود في العقد الرابط بين المواطن وحكومته، وهي دعامة استمرار الخيار الديمقراطي والسبب الأول الذي يدفع المواطنين إلى المشاركة في الانتخابات كوسيلة دستورية لا بديل لها لاختيار الحكم وصنع القرار. لقد وضعنا نصب أعيننا أن تغيير فلسفة إدارة الدولة وتطوير أسلوب تنفيذها سيكون ذلك مدخلا صحيحا لاستغلال الثروة، وبالتالي فإنه القاعدة الاجتماعية الأولى للحكم الرشيد. فأسسنا صندوق العراق للتنمية وفتحنا الأبواب أمام القطاع الخاص بضمانات سيادية، وشرعنا في التعاون مع مؤسسات الائتمان العالمية. واليوم نحث الخطى الواثقة في مشروعنا الأبرز، مشروع طريق التنمية، هذا الممر الاستراتيجي الذي سيربط مصالح المنطقة ربطا إيجابيا متكاملا، وسيؤكد دور العراق التاريخي بوصفه ساحة آمنة لصنع الفرص والتكامل الاقتصادي وتشابك المصالح بين الشعوب قبل الحكومات. ونعتقد واثقين أن هذه هي دعائم أمن واستقرار في المنطقة. السيدات والسادة، إن الأمن لم يعد رهين قرار سياسي أو عملا ميدانيا فقط، إنه حزمة متداخلة من الإجراءات والمصالح المتبادلة المشروعة والنظم التجارية والاقتصادية المنصفة. ولو دعمنا الأمن بكل مفاهيمه بترابط اقتصادي صانع للحلول وساند لمواجهة التحديات، سنجد أن أسباب الاضطراب ستنكفئ وستتراجع فرص إثارة الفتن وتضمحل منابع الصراعات، وسنخصص المزيد من الموارد إلى قطاعات التنمية. ولا يخفى عليكم ما تسبب به العدوان على المدنيين في غزة والأراضي المحتلة والموقف الدولي الضعيف أزاء الحق الفلسطيني. هذا العدوان الذي بات يهدد المنطقة بأسرها بانتشار الصراع، كما أنه أهان القانون الدولي وانتهك حرمة الدم، وهو يمثل اليوم أكبر تهديد لشعوب المنطقة واستقرارها. لهذه الأسباب فإن العمل على وقف الإبادة الجماعية الصريحة بحق الشعب الفلسطيني ستمثل بداية لمنظومة الثقة المتبادلة في مساعينا نحو تحقيق الأمن لشعوبنا ولمنطقتنا، وسيكون العراق أول المساهمين في إعادة الحياة والإعمار لغزة وأهلنا الصامدين فيها. أشكر إصغاءكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Al-Sudani, for your important remarks. Please remain seated, guests. As His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, departs. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من المهم أن نلتقي في هذا المنتدى وغيره من فضاءات الحوار لنبحث عن حلول خلاقة لمشاكل عالمنا، ولكن الأهم هو أن نتوافق على حلول أخلاقية تعكس إنسانيتنا وإيماننا بالمبادئ التي توافقنا عليها في المجتمع الدولي، حلول تطبق المبادئ نفسها علينا جميعا دون تمييز، في ظل إيمان بأن الإنسان هو الإنسان، وأن رفع المعاناة عنه لا يجب أن تكون رهينة لاعتبارات سياسية أو أن تحدد الأولويات فيها عبر النظر في عرق من يعاني أو انتماءاته الوطنية. محبط ومؤلم كم الأزمات والتحديات التي تعصف بنا، ومعظمها من صنع أيدينا، ولكننا في قطر تعلمنا أن الفجر يشرق من صدر الظلام. كلنا ثقة بقدرة شعوبنا على تخطي التحديات التي تواجهنا، ونؤمن بأن النوايا الحسنة والضمائر الحية والإرادة الإنسانية هي من سينتصر في معركة الحياة. وتمنياتي لكم بنقاشات مثمرة خلال اليومين القادمين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, for your distinguished remarks this morning. We thank you for setting out many of the important topics that will be addressed at the Global Security Forum over the next 3 days. Next in our program, we warmly welcome high-level remarks from His Excellency Mohammed Shia Al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. He will be joining us virtually. These remarks were recorded Saturday, May 18th.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة المشاركون في المؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أشارككم هذا المؤتمر المفعم بالطموح، وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لدولة قطر الشقيقة لاستضافتها هذا الحدث في تأكيد وتعزيز آخر لموقعها في طليعة التجارب الناجحة في التنمية والبناء. كما أثني على تركيز الاهتمام نحو سؤال الأمن وحلوله المستدامة، الأمن من جميع الأوجه والمسارات التي تمس حياة الشعوب وتحكم سعيها لتحقيق معيشة كريمة في ظل سلام مستدام. ومعروف لكم ما كابده شعبنا العراقي عبر العقود الماضية من آلام وحروب وديكتاتورية ومواجهات استهلكت جهدا ودماء عزيزة، واستنفذت وقتا ثمينا لم يستثمر لصالح آمال شعبنا. ومع كل هذه العقبات تمكن العراق من تجاوز أكبر الشرور وانتصر في معركة الإرهاب، وانتقلنا كعراقيين من مرحلة الانتصار إلى مرحلة التنمية بقوة في ظل ديمقراطية مستقرة. وآلت حكومتنا على نفسها أن تغير حال الاقتصاد العراقي نحو الانفتاح على الشراكات المثمرة والتنوع في الموارد، ومواجهة التحديات المزمنة في البطالة والخدمات والفساد ومحاربة الفقر وتدعيم الإصلاح الاقتصادي بجميع أشكاله. ولم يمض إلا عام ونصف العام حتى باتت الأرقام الاستقرائية للاقتصاد تتحدث عن صعود إيجابي متشعب ومتنوع ويعد بالمزيد. وشهدت البنى التحتية المؤسسة للنهوض الحقيقي اندفاعة لن تتوقف بعون الله، ويوما بعد آخر نجتاز عقبات كانت تبدو صعبة بل مستحيلة في سنوات ماضية. ومن المهم أن تفهم هذه الخطوات ضمن سياسة شاملة تتبناها حكومتنا مدعومة من مجلس النواب، تعالج بها كل ما يمس المواطن في معيشته وتلبي طموحه. من هذا التشخيص انطلقنا لتحقيق هذا الهدف الممكن. واجهنا في كل القطاعات المستهدفة صعوبات وتحديات شتى، لكن إيماننا بقدرة أبناء شعبنا وتمسكه بإعمار بلادنا وتنميتها أمر لا تحده حدود. الصحة والكهرباء والخدمات العامة والبنى التحتية المدنية والنظام المصرفي المعافى والإدارة الحكومية النزيهة والعمل على محاربة الفقر واستغلال الطاقة واستثمار الغاز ومواجهة التغيرات المناخية والبيئية وتوفير الغذاء والسكن والتعليم وغيرها، كلها صارت اليوم بمثابة بنود في العقد الرابط بين المواطن وحكومته، وهي دعامة استمرار الخيار الديمقراطي والسبب الأول الذي يدفع المواطنين إلى المشاركة في الانتخابات كوسيلة دستورية لا بديل لها لاختيار الحكم وصنع القرار. لقد وضعنا نصب أعيننا أن تغيير فلسفة إدارة الدولة وتطوير أسلوب تنفيذها سيكون ذلك مدخلا صحيحا لاستغلال الثروة، وبالتالي فإنه القاعدة الاجتماعية الأولى للحكم الرشيد. فأسسنا صندوق العراق للتنمية وفتحنا الأبواب أمام القطاع الخاص بضمانات سيادية، وشرعنا في التعاون مع مؤسسات الائتمان العالمية. واليوم نحث الخطى الواثقة في مشروعنا الأبرز، مشروع طريق التنمية، هذا الممر الاستراتيجي الذي سيربط مصالح المنطقة ربطا إيجابيا متكاملا، وسيؤكد دور العراق التاريخي بوصفه ساحة آمنة لصنع الفرص والتكامل الاقتصادي وتشابك المصالح بين الشعوب قبل الحكومات. ونعتقد واثقين أن هذه هي دعائم أمن واستقرار في المنطقة. السيدات والسادة، إن الأمن لم يعد رهين قرار سياسي أو عملا ميدانيا فقط، إنه حزمة متداخلة من الإجراءات والمصالح المتبادلة المشروعة والنظم التجارية والاقتصادية المنصفة. ولو دعمنا الأمن بكل مفاهيمه بترابط اقتصادي صانع للحلول وساند لمواجهة التحديات، سنجد أن أسباب الاضطراب ستنكفئ وستتراجع فرص إثارة الفتن وتضمحل منابع الصراعات، وسنخصص المزيد من الموارد إلى قطاعات التنمية. ولا يخفى عليكم ما تسبب به العدوان على المدنيين في غزة والأراضي المحتلة والموقف الدولي الضعيف أزاء الحق الفلسطيني. هذا العدوان الذي بات يهدد المنطقة بأسرها بانتشار الصراع، كما أنه أهان القانون الدولي وانتهك حرمة الدم، وهو يمثل اليوم أكبر تهديد لشعوب المنطقة واستقرارها. لهذه الأسباب فإن العمل على وقف الإبادة الجماعية الصريحة بحق الشعب الفلسطيني ستمثل بداية لمنظومة الثقة المتبادلة في مساعينا نحو تحقيق الأمن لشعوبنا ولمنطقتنا، وسيكون العراق أول المساهمين في إعادة الحياة والإعمار لغزة وأهلنا الصامدين فيها. أشكر إصغاءكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Al-Sudani, for your important remarks. Please remain seated, guests. As His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, departs. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
تصاعدت التوترات الجيوسياسية بين مختلف القوى في أنحاء العالم وصولاً إلى عودة خطر انتشار الأسلحة النووية والحروب الجديدة بأسلحتها غير التقليدية، وكلها تحديات تتجاوز في آثارها الكارثية الحدود الوطنية والإقليمية، بل وتتجاوز ميادين المعارك إلى الفضاءات الإلكترونية. ومع ظهور مراكز نفوذ متعددة ومتنافسة، فإن الصراعات الجديدة والحروب غير التقليدية بين القوى العظمى تعرض النظام الدولي لخطر حقيقي. فعلى سبيل المثال إلى الحصر، الحرب في أوكرانيا التي هزت أسواق الطاقة العالمية وتسببت في تراجع الأمن الغذائي على نطاق واسع، وأزمة الدولة المركزية في أفريقيا والتي تتداعى آثارها في السودان ومحيطها، والاستقطابات السياسية في الأمريكتين، والتصعيد بين الولايات المتحدة والصين مع تداعياته على سلاسل التوريد العالمية والتجارة الدولية. وإذا كانت القائمة السابقة لا تكفي، فإن منطقتنا تواجه العديد من المخاوف الأمنية مع اتساع نطاق الصراعات الإقليمية الأهلية والبينية. تعيش اليوم في ظل تصعيد مستمر ومتصاعد يهدد أمن المنطقة والعالم. فالحرب التي تدور رحاها في قطاع غزة حصدت ولا زالت تحصد آلاف الأرواح، ويتفاقم كل يوم حجم المأساة الإنسانية هناك، مما يستلزم تكثيف الجهود الدولية، سواء تلك المعنية بإنهاء الصراع أو الجهود الإنسانية لضمان وصول المساعدات. لقد أثبت التاريخ لنا بأن كلفة أي احتلال وتبعاته يكونان دائما أكبر من أي مردود متوقع للمحتل. فإن سياسات الاحتلال والتهجير القسري والعقاب الجماعي لم تثمر يوما نهاية لأي صراع، بل كانت وقودا لاستمرار العنف واتساع رقعته. الحضور الكرام، إن أي صراع يشتد ويتفاقم تتفاقم معه التبعات الإنسانية المتراكمة، وعلى رأسها موجات اللاجئين والهجرة غير الشرعية التي يقودها الفقر الناتج عن فشل الدولة وانهيار الهياكل السياسية والتطرف الذي تعززه حالة اليأس وفقدان الأمل في مستقبل أفضل. ولأي كارثة إنسانية تأثيرها على سلاسل التوريد العالمية، كما حدث نتيجة للحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، وهو ما نشهده حاليا في البحر الأحمر نتيجة للحرب على الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة وقطاع غزة. وبالفعل نشهد اليوم تمدد هذه الحرب نحو مناطق أخرى في الإقليم، حيث تمددت المواجهات حتى وصلت إلى البحر الأحمر، وشملت مواجهات مباشرة بين إيران وإسرائيل، مع تصاعد خطر المواجهات على الحدود الجنوبية في لبنان، ناهيك عما يخلفه هذا التصعيد الخطير من تعزيز لسردية التطرف التي تنخر في كيانات الكثير من دول المنطقة. سيدات والسادة، وسط هذه الصورة القاتمة للوضع الإقليمي والعالمي، بذلت دولة قطر كامل جهدها للمساهمة بدور حيوي في تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين عبر جهود الوساطة وفض النزاعات وإنعاش الاقتصاد العالمي وإعادة بناء ما دمرته الحروب والأوبئة. ففي عالم تعصف به الأزمات، بات العمل المشترك مطلوبا الآن أكثر من أي وقت مضى. وفي هذا الإطار تستند سياستنا الخارجية إلى مبدأ التعاون في مواجهة التحديات المشتركة، ويعتبر تعزيز التعاون الدولي والعمل متعدد الأطراف جزءاً لا يتجزأ من سياستنا الخارجية. كما امتدت جهودنا التنموية والإنسانية لأشد الدول حاجة، من خلال تقديم المساعدات لبناء القدرة على الصمود وتعزيز قدرات الدولة المؤسسية في مختلف القطاعات. وفي سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن العالميين، أصبحت جهود الوساطة وفض النزاع أحد الركائز الأساسية لسياستنا الخارجية. وبفضل هذا النهج استطاعت دولة قطر أن تتوصل إلى عدة هدن واتفاقيات من شأنها التخفيف من حدة النزاعات والتوصل لحلول سلمية لها. ولم تقتصر هذه الجهود على منطقتنا فحسب، بل امتدت لتشمل الوساطة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا للم شمل الأطفال المتأثرين بالحرب مع ذويهم، وبين فنزويلا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وغير ذلك من الوساطات التي تجري حاليا، وفي ذات الوقت الذي نستمر فيه في جهود الوساطة بين إسرائيل وحركة حماس. إن التزامنا في قطر بالعمل على منع انهيار السلام والأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة وتوظيف الدبلوماسية لحل النزاعات بالوسائل السلمية ليس مجرد التزام سياسي، بل هو التزام أخلاقي ينبع من مسؤوليتنا الجماعية تجاه النهوض بالشعوب الأكثر ضعفاً ونشر الأمن والاستقرار العالميين. الحضور الكرام، من